we have our top 3 and our first round of the relegated thanks to This Week in Challengers North America. Let's take a look back at everything you missed. Now listen, if you're a bad ranked player who wants to live vicariously through others, or an Envy fan who's bored and likes to watch teams who win, I have a solution for you. Introducing Sleepers, the newest unsigned quintet of teenagers running a train through North America. And it capped off in this week's match against NRG Academy, the greatest Goliath that David could ask for. And they ran their pockets, dude. W Key Nation, just continuing to find the slightest missteps from the opponent and tearing them apart in the other direction. In just 2 maps, they made it out and are now one of the high seeds for playoffs this stage. They're joined by Core, who just managed to edge out Shopify Rebellion in the macro to win in 3 maps. This match was a banger on both sides, in particular Satellite from Shopify and Note from Core. You could always see the gears turning from them. They're up next for sure. Let's take a somber turn and mourn the 2 teams joining Blue Water in promotion relegation next month. First, Azure Dragon was quickly able to silence the death rattle of Winthrop University in 2 maps. By the end of it, Chaotic had more than doubled the kills of his duelist Ditto Sim. And Rose, who have been keeping it close in essentially every match they've played so far, kept it close against Nightblood Gaming, but still couldn't make it through. Despite that, I have higher expectations for this team going into promo reload. They're smart, they've been together forever, and they're really freaking good. Just this stage, not good enough. There were 3 more matches in the middle that happened for teams that were 2-2, and they all provided some key takeaways for the winners and losers we'll see play next week. While M80 was able to do what they needed to do against Pigeons, it still took 2 full maps and a sprinkle of overtime. It seems like there's this balance of certainty and safety that M80 is trying to strike really delicately, and it's just not there yet. That being said, Pigeons were just as good as you could ask them to be. They're still a very individualistic team, but man, can those individuals shoot. Cuz and Coburg in particular were insane this week to keep the match tight. YFP took it to 3 but fell against Evictix in a match that made both teams look like they were decently smart and prepared. My personal moral of this story is that Traded got 70 kills. So whatever you want to take away from that. Finally, we saw the biggest gap in macro this week between EG Academy's win over Alliance Guardian. The former had tricks and traps up the wazoo, with quick decision-making from all members. And yet, AXG were still able to keep it tight with pivotal doorstops and multi-kills that kept resetting the game plan. With that all being said, there are now 5 teams in this Swiss stage just 1 win away from North American playoffs, and 5 teams just 1 loss away from coming up just short. Going into next week, it's safe to say that no matchup is guaranteed or even easy for any of these teams, and that means everyone's gonna have to be at their absolute best for the final week of the Swiss. So lock the hell in, support your favorite teams, and get excited for round 6-7. See you later.
Lockdown's gonna be big and bodies. Well, if they need it. It's just only a scuffle so early. Pit. But they don't even use it. They get a sound. Renz. Oh, the high-low. It's a collat sandwich. There it is. Oh, and even more than that, Zorona is... Oh, wait, it's on Haven, but it's so difficult to get past Sacred. This time, it's just you could be doing a lot of damage, and ADG realized dimensional drip from Tonza. He's gonna know what you're planning, what you think, before you've even executed. The real executioners are Sleepers.
Well, folks, if you've recovered from the Seahawks absolutely destroying the Patriots, welcome to VALORANT Challengers League in North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Roy and Emily on the desk. And any Patriots fans out there, I am from New Jersey. I do not feel bad for you, but I hope you're feeling okay. Roy and Emily, I wasn't here last week, but it's good to see you. Did you guys have a nice weekend? Enjoy, a Bad Bunny halftime show?
Yeah, I would say I had a great time. I love the halftime show, by the way. Shout out Bad Bunny. But I'm also taking consultations on who's messing with the time machine and how to slow the time down, because there's no way in hell we're in week 4 already and we've already said bye to 3 teams and more are leaving and more are qualifying this week. Like, where is the time going and who's messing with the time? Please, people, call up my line, hit me up. I'm taking consultations.
Consultations. I mean, Emily, it's crazy to think that we are in round 6 of Swiss right now. Like Roy is right. It feels like we just got started, but we're already having playoff seed conversations. If you had the video that you watched the video that Tenrek made for us earlier, who I've now discovered is my long lost brother. I think we look exactly alike. I think truly it is, especially for these teams, it's such a hard, gamut to run.
Yeah, and I actually wanted to pick your brain a little bit, Roy, on what happened last week with Sleepers 2-0ing NRGA. Can you give me a little recap or rundown of what happened in that match?
Yeah, actually, I got you. It's about like 3 words long. They're the truth, and that's just all there is to it.
Okay.
Like it just doesn't go that much deeper than that. They're such a good team, guys. The way they play, it's not luck, it's not puggy. There's a method to the madness. The only team that I can compare them to that would make even relative amount of sense is the Envy from last year. They have their own style. They stick to it. They look great. They fight as a team. Their fundamentals are on point, and their micro is looking like one of the best in the league.
See, their micro is on point, but I was honestly curious to see how they would go up against playing a more macro-heavy team, a team that is a lot more structured, has a little bit more in their game plan and strap with going into certain maps, right? But it seems like they handled it really well. Like they didn't struggle against that, which is just so surprising for such a young and new team.
Something I seem to remember is Roy has been on the sleepers, they are the truth train, I think since like week 1 or 2, Roy. Like you have been seeing them and kind of agreeing with them. But if you watch Tenrek's video, I also said M80 versus Pigeons, who has the best try code in the league. And this was the M80, I think, that we were nervous about that first couple of rounds, especially that first map, because that was an incredible comeback from them, Roy.
Yeah, I mean, also the Pigeons are not a team that you really want to let get too like comfortable, right? They're very chaotic. They self-identify with it. It's self-branded at this point. They're a very chaotic team. They're a very momentum-heavy team, and it felt like Ku was about to run away with a possible theft. And no, it was M80. They came up, they showed up, and the macro for them, the strategy was on point. They were managing to close it out, and it was a good performance from M80, excuse me. And ultimately, it was a very close series that honestly could have gone either way, and it would have been a huge pickup for Pigeons, but it ended up being M80 on top.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, big props to M80 because I feel like early on, we saw them struggle with a lot of different things. It felt like each match they were making mistakes that they shouldn't be making, and that you wouldn't imagine that they're kind of making in scrims and whatnot. So to see that they're actually able to kind of play a little bit tighter of Valorant and not have like all these little things get in the way and a lot of solo plays, it was really nice to see them kind of taking form.
I mean, looking at this bracket as well, Emily, I mean, I would have called you crazy if you told me that Winthrop went 1-4 this year.
Yeah.
At the time last year. Of course, they're in a situation with their subs for the crew throp roster, I like to call them. But this is just, I think I said this last time I was on the desk, things are not going the way we thought they were going to go.
No, not at all. I mean, early on in the season, I would have thought to see like maybe NRGA being in that 4-0 spot, or at least in that 4-1 spot, or maybe even EG and M80 kind of being up there. But like all these teams kind of came out of nowhere for me and really put some upsets in what I think a lot of people thought were going to be at the top here.
Yes, and it's one of those things that today it is, you know, do or die for our teams of ADG, NBG, and YFP, and AXG. A lot of gaming. YFP apparently is not gaming. They're just, you know, doing their thing over there. But they're in round 6 in the 2 and 3 category, where now it is put up or shut up, as you can see with that lovely Swiss bracket graphic there. They're going to be either going to 3 or 3 or 2 or 4, Roy.
Yeah, this is the Grim Reaper stream, guys. We're seeing so many teams getting eliminated, and although this is not SRB's elimination match in the off stream, it still is Pigeons' elimination match. So it's going to be a very interesting one. Elimination versus a qualification should be a really good stream, and I think today's games will be very fun, guys. I think we're in for a very entertaining day of Valorant.
Yes, and our first game of the day is Azure Dragon Gaming versus Nightblood Gaming, ADG versus NBG. Write it down, make it right, remember it, because we're gaming all the time, Emily.
Yeah, and I'm honestly really excited about this match today. I'm probably the most hyped for it just because I feel like these are two teams that have different approaches to the game, and I'm excited to see like how they kind of combat each other. Combat each other here, yeah.
Yeah, like how they kind of like put up or like shut up in the moment, where like, again, it's an elimination match. Do you come out with something, you know, do you come out swinging? Do you come out, it's one of those things that we don't know how it's gonna go, but we do know our roster of Azure Dragon Gaming. I can't say Dragon Gaming, I have to call it Azure Dragon Gaming up here with, you know, some classic tried and true heavyweights in the Valorant scene, Roy.
Yeah, try to say that 3 times really fast, Liz. Oh, this is gonna be a really
I have a
interesting
speech
one.
impediment that makes me mix up my L's, my R's. Nope. Like, absolutely not.
Yeah, I think Azure Dragon is a very interesting roster. Obviously, they had an identity change. They hit the crisis button early on in the season. They reformed their identity completely, and I feel like after that swap, they've looked like a completely different team. They've been significantly better. I feel like their map pool is getting better as they get more reps as well with that new compositions, with the new identity. And at this point, they can't relent, or they're going to find themselves on the sidelines.
Yeah, I'm gonna just call them ADG. I cannot even begin to say their full name here. But no, you're right. Like I think a big thing for them was finding their identity and going through this kind of growth period, right? Because we saw them in those first 3 matches. They were down 0-3. They just started coming back after like changing their comps multiple times on many different maps here, and kind of just leaning into what fits them best rather than kind of forcing meta comps, right? Instead, we see them running this double duelist, almost on every single map, even if they're running like a double controller. Like they're just playing to their strengths, and they are on this upward trajectory, but they just need to stay consistent to kind of close it out here if they want to make it further.
And part of that identity of Azure Dragon Gaming is chaotic. That is with a K and 2 C's at the end. Again, write it down, you know, remember it. And looking at these stats right away, Emily, I mean, you're looking at 227 ACS average, 124 KD, like someone who's really kind of helping Azure, you know, get over the finish line, if you will.
Yeah, when I look at Chaotic, I kind of see him as like a wild card almost, in the sense like they always play good, like they're always consistently good, but I feel like their pop-offs kind of take over the server, and with how they have been going these past few matches, I feel like they kind of need him to show up like that, like not just be like that good kind of like what you already expect, but he needs to have these pop-off games to kind of take these wins here.
Yeah, I mean, there's really no other way to put it. This player has been the most consistent performer for this roster. It feels like it's the do or die. Hugh has stepped up actually in the last few officials, but I feel like ultimately Chaotic was the top performer. He's been consistently at the top of the board in almost every single official that this team has played, and it's rightfully so that we're putting emphasis on this player's performance, because I mean, a lot of the rounds are being resolved on whether Chaotic is popping off, whether he's getting the entries, and how he's kind of playing around his team in the post plants and then the late rounds.
Sometimes I think it is so hard to be so consistent on those entry rolls and getting those picks, and it is very impressive that Chaotic, in kind of this insane whirlpool of challengers, is as consistent and chaotic as he is. You guys like that one?
That was really good. That was clean.
Thank you. I love being back. Okay. But hopefully he can find that consistency against the team he'll be facing today in his elimination match, Nightblood Gaming. And I mean, I always say this about like players that we see, Roy, like the heavy hitters, but I look at, like, I'm seeing Son of Car, Fireball, you know, Spaz, Monks, like it's all these people that I'd be like, you see me, see one of them, I'm terrified. All of them, I'm leaving.
Yeah, I mean, I don't blame you. This team is just so strange to me, because it really does feel like this is a really good team, and they just haven't been able to find, like, they haven't been able to close out a lot of their super close series. Let me give you guys some stats real quick, right? This team has played some of the most rounds in the league, by the way. Over 14 maps, they played 300 rounds. That means almost every one of their games is their average game length is 21 to 22 rounds. But even their wins are close, their losses are super close. It feels like they're just missing a tiny little edge to help them close out these maps comfortably. And they also have 3 players that are in the top 10 by either rating or ADR, depending on which you filter it by. So they have very good performers. They just have not found those closing conditions. They have not found the recipe to just come out on top in these super close games.
It's just those small mistakes, those little things that you were mentioning that cause them to not be able to close out these games that really they could have. Like they could be 3-2 right now or something like that, right? But when we look at, like when we watch them play, you know, every now and then maybe they'll lose a couple ecos that'll cost them a couple rounds that could have secured the game for them. Or one thing that I noticed for them is they kind of struggle finding momentum, right? Like they'll find success one round, but then they'll lose the next 2, and it like completely resets their economy, and they're forced to kind of play a lot of these half buys and eco rounds, which is already a hard thing to start off with. So as long as they can find success and keep having that and gaining momentum in the server, I feel like they'll be able to convert these close games into wins.
And I'm gonna have a biased caster moment. One of my favorite, you know, tier 2 players in the scene has been for years is Son of Car, who exploded onto the scene and is just still, and you're laughing, Roy, and I understand, because like that is an insane bias right away to have, but Emily, this is someone, I mean, who is just so freaking good at what he does.
So freaking good, so consistent at being at like that top duelist for me, honestly. Like I feel like Son of Card genuinely is a vital part of this team. Like I think they have like a 22% first kill or 23% first kill this stage, which is the highest out of both teams, by the way. And I just feel like you can always count on Carson here to show up and never how do I word it? Like he is not only like a vital part for him, but if they didn't have, wow, English is so hard today. if they did not have him there, getting those first picks, getting all that space, even on the defensive half, like putting a wrench in all of these exits that teams try throwing at them, they wouldn't be finding as much success as they have.
There's some rosters that don't really rely on the duelist, right? And I think that's what you're trying to say is the fact that this team, the opening kills have been such a big win condition for this roster, because when you have these late rounders, you have players like Spaz who's closing out rounds for you. You have Fireball Ops who's like mechanically super strong in these late rounds. And a lot of these rounds is coming down on Carson's shoulders, whether he's finding that early success. You know, that could be the defining factor in this specific matchup where you're going against Chaotic. You're also going up against Hugh. So finding those opening successes, opening up the rounds, putting your team in those positions where they're very comfortable and they're very consistent, that's going to be the key for sure.
And I don't want you guys to have the late realization that I did. Carson is son of Car. I realized that like 2 weeks ago. But two folks we wanted to think I'm so smart. Two folks we highlighted in our head-to-head today is Bones and Fireball Ops. That is a long name, Fireball Ops. Man, woof. But we wanted to highlight them, Roy, because we typically see Fireball on like the Killjoy, the Senti role, but sometimes we see him kind of flex over to the controller role, which is not their main role, but that's why we're comparing him with the controller, Bones, on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, I think the easiest way to understand Fireball Ops' position is that he is the Sentinel player, and sometimes he's forced to flex on the secondary controller, whether that's Viper, whether that's another controller like Omen, but most of the time you'll find him on the Senti or the Viper. And I feel like for Bones is kind of a similar story, except a little bit different, where Bones' role is very clearly defined. He's controller mainly, but he also flexes into these like other really random roles like Initiator sometimes and like these other wacky roles. But ultimately, these two players have been very strong performers for both of these teams in terms of like presence, in terms of consistency. I feel like Fireball Ops' consistency within BCL has been so damn good. He's been a top player for so long, but it feels like he almost never gets his flowers because he's not been on a team that's consistently placing very high in the rankings. So I feel like once the team turns things around, once the team gets going, I feel like Fireball Ops will get the attention that he deserves.
Yeah, I think he's great at securing rounds. I think he's great at shutting down aggression on both sides. I think that's where he kind of shines, because he's just so freaking good at aiming. Like his mechanics are so insane. And I think especially against a team like ADG, who kind of like to run that double duelist and play super aggressive and run it down, he's going to find a lot of success here. But on the side of Bones, like early on, we saw him trying to find what he was good at, right? Because we saw him early flex on like KJ and Sova, but now he's just been consistently on the Omen, and it suits him. Being able to just kind of stick to that one role or one agent, he's found a way to be consistent, and he started popping off a lot more than what we saw early on.
What I love about Challengers is that we kind of have our star-making moments here, and I definitely think that with these two players, we are truly, and I'm not being facetious, like seeing stars in the making, and that's why we're going to highlight them, because we want you to pay attention. But we're going to see where they will be going to take this elimination battle to in a best of 3, not a best of 5, best of 3. So we'll be going to Abyss, then Split, and then Corrode, Roy.
Ooh, okay, I like the Abyss pick by ADG. They've been playing the map a little bit recently. They're 3-0 on the map in officials, not just VCL, by the way. That's all their third-party tournaments as well. But it's looked like one of their best maps. The double duelist identity that they've taken on, the mantle that they've accepted, it works extremely well on this map with the Yoru, with the Waylay, if they're still, if everything's still the same. They also have the Clove, so they have the double orb controllers, Clove Omen, and the double duelist. I feel like in terms of roles, in terms of comfort, everybody on that roster is going to feel very comfy on that map. I'm not surprised to see it picked.
Yeah, but on the side of NBG, like we've also seen them kind of lean towards that Abyss and have a lot of success on that. They run the standard double controller, but they're more of a macro heavy team, and they love kind of changing the pace. And while on the side of ADG, they are running that double controller like you mentioned, but they're also running a double duelist, which puts a lot of emphasis on those first initial fights. Yes, they have the utility, or these smokes, I guess, to kind of take mid space or kind of play a little bit slower, but at the end of the day, they don't have a whole lot of util to kind of push them into sights, go for these burst plays, which you want to see with a double duelist comp, you know what I mean?
And next we have our predictions from the entire production today, or at least the people on the desk. I don't know how our people back behind the cameras are doing. I hope they're predicting as well. But I think we were all aligned. Yeah.
Whoa. Guys, twinsies.
Twinsies and NBG, preemptive apology. This is the curse that we have put upon them, Roy.
No, this is an AGG 2-0.
Are we changing
we've done it. No, we've done it. We've cursed them. It's crazy. To be honest, I'm a little surprised. I feel like ADG is on a win streak. They're feeling great. They're 2 wins in a row. They're building momentum towards their new identity. I'm going NBG because I just think the team is good. I've been committed to them since the beginning of the split. I'm sticking to my guns, but I'm surprised to see a unanimous vote for them across the board here.
Well, you also got to think about consistency, right? Like NBG, they have kind of consistently been here performing and putting up numbers, even though they haven't gotten the results. Whereas ADG, they've had to make a lot of changes. They haven't had a lot of time with these brand new comps that they're kind of whipping out. And I think they still have a lot that they could kind of show, but they had to have put the work in. And I have no doubts that they haven't, but I just feel like NBG is kind of like the safer pick, right? Like if you wanted to gamble, ADG is the kind of the way to go, right? Because they are in an upward trajectory. We've seen them improve each week. It's just, it still feels like NBG could kind of be more uniform, more well-rounded as a team.
My reason was very simple, Fireball Ops. It literally just came down to that. I'm the biggest Fireball Ops believer there is. He has been so impressive for so long, and I think he can single-handedly do it. Not to say if ADG do take it, not surprising whatsoever. They are a team again on that upward trajectory, and we're here in agent select mode. We're seeing Waylays, we're seeing Clones,
oh my gosh,
we're seeing Tejos.
Yeah, this is exactly what we expect from the ADG side, but I'm noticing a massive swap here for the NBG side. They're swapping the initiators, they're swapping the composition. They have not had too much success with the previous comp. They've taken 2 losses in VCL, 1 to Blue Water, 1 to Evo Genius Academy. So I like the swap. I think this provides a lot of offensive utility as well as defensive utility, stalling plans, playing post plans with the Astra, with the Tejo, and then they have that offensive power with the Waylay to get on sites, except obviously the lack of flashes could be a problem for NBG. So I'm looking to see how Azure Dragon is going to play around the fact that there are no flashes and how they're going to defend these sites. This first half is very important here for ADG.
Yeah, ADG is going to have to be willing to kind of fight on site and play around their double smokes here in order to kind of not let NBG fall into those closed plans, not allow them to use all that utility to delay, because what can you do against that for Azure here, right? We just don't have the kind of kit to be able to kind of give sight completely.
Well, folks, it is do or die for both of these teams. Who can keep their VCL dreams alive and make it to playoffs, or try to make it to playoffs, or who will be eliminated? I know exactly who to send it to. It is your incredible casters, Ash and Shift.
Thank you, Jess. Thank you, friends. Yeah, really interesting matchup here. And I kind of want to just immediately go into the conversation surrounding the picks that we had for the predictions. For me, I think this is for NBG. It's been a back and forth season for them, but this has been one of the more competitive challenger stage ones that we've had. I mean, we've got so many teams that are sitting at 3-2 or 2-3, and they have been going the distance in every single game. And I just like that experience for NBG heading into Abyss.
Yeah, but you also have to think about how tiring those long matches can be, but it also says a lot about the endurance that they're able to build up. I think the swaps here that you're mentioning, though, Shift, when it comes down to these compositions, just looks much more comfortable for the NBG players overall. It's actually kind of crazy to think that we've leaned now into a meta and a map pool where the chamber has been so popular, and this is the first time we're seeing Fireball Ops pulling it out in VCL this stage, if I'm not mistaken. And we have to throw back to the OG chamber meta. Like, Fireball Ops is one of the best chamber players in tier 2 at that time. I'm really excited to see him back onto this agent now for this matchup. This change, I think, is going to be absolutely massive and a very quick fiery start here to the pistol round with a fast battle over towards it.
Yeah, just full-on scrum right in front of the A site, and T-Dog will have the advantage now over towards ADG's defense. Fireball Ops, though, Liz's all-time favorite player of everything ever, is in the 1v2 situation. And yeah, nice angle from Sacred, just kind of watching the cross back. No worries, no problems. ADG with the pistol.
Very comfortable for them. I think the other thing too here, Shift, is when we're looking at this Abyss, I think this map really sets the tone for the rest of the series. When we're taking a look at the rest of the map pool being split in road, these two teams are pretty even as far as comfortability goes on this. NBG are coming in now with a compositional change. Meanwhile, we've seen ADG have so much success, not in VCL because we haven't seen Abyss for them so far this stage here, but during some other events within tier 2 and tier 3, they've been absolutely popping off.
Yeah, I like that. Really solid start. Obviously for ADG now with weapon advantage, they're able to really kind of control the tempo and the tone here in the opening half. Although that's a decent opening there for Carson. Not quite able to do too much with it though, just thanks to the control in front of this choke point for the defenders. So An opportunity to try to open the door largely goes amiss, and Chaotic can just hold this with what will be one shot after one shot, pending he can hit the shots. Shock darted to the corner. You got a couple of stuns and control elements going into the way, and ADG are going to clean this up. Question mark? Yes, should be good. Fireball, last one standing, nowhere to go. 2 will drop in the process.
And I know that, you know, the entry that we saw from Son of Car there, it's a little bit of a different story because they're on that eco up against the anti-eco of ADG into round 2, but that's kind of what you are expecting to see from him as this map will continue to go on this attacking side. It's going to be a lot of Son of Car using that waylay to just completely dive in, make a lot of space, and something that the rest of NBG are so good at is that follow-up. Like, he's there to create that chaos, and the rest of the team is looking to get those trades to help, you know, maintain the value out of those kinds of pushes.
Yeah, exactly the case. Now we have full weapons, though, in the hands of NBG. And they will spread the map a little bit, but I like this out of ADG. That's not going to be confusing to do NBG, ADG, but kind of taking some space away here at B. It's well received, though, by Nightblood. And they're going to find the first 2 kills. That is going to be a pretty vacant B site. It's going to have Hugh moving over, but he's only got a bucky.
Yeah, look at how weak this defense is looking now, right? So many holes. It was a riskier play with trying to push up, trying to punish the solo player they're expecting towards that B side. It's going to be all up to this high-low to make this round possible here.
Could work. I mean, you have the ability to get some taps out with the Guardian, but here comes all the intel gathering tools for the approach. And yeah, Bones just has absolutely nowhere to go. Son of Car again, just showcasing the power of the dash. Finding one, getting out, letting NBG find full control of the site. And with that, you will just drop off the map, and that'll get Nightblood on the board. Clean round.
Exactly what we want to see coming out from them. I think this composition is going to be really fun to watch as it develops. I'm curious about like the depth that we're going to see out of this compositional change as well from NBG. We've seen a lot of cool things with how the Tejo has become so much more prevalent throughout this meta on maps like Abyss, and the space that Practo is going to be expected to be able to clear out backside with those salvos as Son of Car is looking to kind of capitalize on any players from ADG who are trying to run off of those angles.
Little shove at mid from both sides early here in round 4. Nothing really to come of it, though. Just a little show of pressure. And once again, Azure Dragon just trying to control and just kind of keep Nightblood on their toes a little bit with these early pressures on the outsides of the map. This is just a show of force with the Owl Drone. And it has Nightblood a little antsy about if anyone has stayed forward in the scale towards A long, but they'll clear this out as soon as the smoke dissipates and realize that they are good to use this site if they want to.
Yeah, T-Dog's got to read. They're expecting this A main push right now. Shock Dart to go out to do a little bit of chip damage if possible. Not going to happen, but look at that all information.
That's right as all the intel tools for the offense come through, so T-Dog knows there's going to be some sort of a commitment. Chaotic also able to respond by getting into the site, and he's got crossfire setups now set up with Bones. A couple of Nightblood kills, though, over at mid do have this ADG defense a little vulnerable for now, but largely speaking, that was a perfect reception for the defense. Spaz, I believe, will catch a couple of sound cues here.
Oh, this
just comes down to the timing.
There's still a chance to try and isolate a 1v1 here. He's so aware of this position. And it's just going to be shut down. No opportunity there, ADG, to close that one out and get a third round on the board for them. But you can already tell, Shift, NBG, they're very aware of how ADG need to find success on defense with this composition, right? Running that double duelist with the double smoke. A lot of the push and pull plays that you're expecting out of the Yoru Waylay duelist pairing there too. That's why you see a lot of that utility, whether it's the saturate or a salvo being thrown out over towards those mains, trying to deny some of those early information peaks out of the side of ADG. Like you're saying, just their ability to adjust and adapt backside made all of the difference in denying that late round push.
Here. Well, this could be an interesting change up in terms of what Nightblood want to do. on this offensive side. Fireball ops able to use the information for the first. Son of Card gets a second. That's weapon collected. So opportunity to fight back here with numbers now if you are Nightblood in a lesser weapon situation. But again, just kind of holding over towards vents is perfect for this Bucky. Now you've got significant numbers on a post-plant setup where Chaotic is really going to be working with much less than he'd like to, considering that the Dimensional Drift is available if, well, they can find a pick.
I mean, this should be around in the pocket here for NBG. Time starting to tick slowly here as well. And with the rewrap towards heaven, there's no way this defuse is going to go down.
Shouldn't. And yeah, wow, what a response this has been in Nightblood. I get just kind of looking at how things have been going in these first 4 rounds. ADG just kind of showing force, especially in the extremities of the map. And Nightblood, you kind of feel bad with their lack of ability to convert on a full gun round where they had a decent opening. But to really just kind of shove it up through vent with lesser weapons, it kind of reduces that variability between both sides. You find a couple of the kills, you find a couple of the weapons, and it turns into a runaway. Now the eco is flipped.
Yeah, good adjustments overall. Again, just that understanding of how they're expecting ADG to call a lot of these plays in the early round with the control of those extremities that you were talking about there. This time, though, NBG are going to be shifting the pace a little bit. First time we're seeing a heavier investment towards mid. ADG, they don't have the weaponry to really contest it, so it should be free for NBG to look to walk over. You can already see the adjustments being made, maybe some sort of collapse that they'll be looking on. Or, again, still slow plays here for NBG. They're curious to see if ADG want to get a bit aggressive on this eco round.
Yeah, sure do. Practo may not know it initially, but he's watching a perfect angle here. You don't figure that Bones will peek this, though. He's also kind of waiting for the same information of door pops, I shoot, hopefully kill comes through. Yeah, that's exactly the case. This has a classic out looking for what I imagine would be a pretty hefty right click, but the map will swing as we make the rotation over towards B. And I don't believe that there's been any information gathered so far by Spaz, just kind of making sure no one's pushed up. So this will be a 5-man execute for Nightblood.
Yeah, it should be a comfortable one there at that. Smokes are out, and it's going to be up to Hugh to maybe try and find something behind this smoke.
Now, Son of Car will be the first one out, able to catch Hugh, at least informationally. But look at this, use him with the look it over the top. You got 130 trying to defend against this. It's going to be a 2-man elimination spree here for ADG. Practical holding onto the site. Sacred had an angle, but couldn't quite convert. 2v2. No weapons collected as of yet, though, for the defenders, so they're still working with pistols. But it is a tense one, especially as T-Dog shows himself up top. There's the second follow-up from Bones. Practo shuts that down, gets off the reload, and Practo will find the final. So back-to-back lower eco rounds that started to get a little bit tense, but Nightblood have gotten us tied at 3.
Yeah, getting way too close for comfort. There was a world where ADG could have absolutely converted that round too. I think overcommitting to that flood onto site initially, while NBG had a bit of time to actually look to reset some of those positions. Overall, it was a nice opening for the eco. They did a decent amount of damage there at that, but we're all tied up now here. A lot of big ultimates to be online. NBG, you've got that Convergent Pass, you've got that Cosmic Divide. Same thing on the side of ADG there for the Waylay, on top of that Dimensional Drift.
Little battle possibly to brew at mid as the door at vent has been opened up. Aldrone will scout at least one member. That'll have Bones put in a smoke down to block the line of sight, as the tour de force is obviously going to be respected here pretty quickly. But for the defense, they feel good about the fact that, hey, we've got some obstacles that NBG would have to clear out, so we'll go ahead and just stack either site here with a 3-2 split.
You can see some pings going out towards A main. They might look to re-clear that main extremity there as well to get a better read on the map here for ADG. Meanwhile, NBG, they've got that stack over towards the B side, and with that A main peak that we just saw coming through, there should be that understanding.
Offensive Aldrone out. There's the dashes forward, and Sudakar will just back off as the Divergent Pass will be spent, or rather the Armageddon will be spent here. And that, whoa, hold on a second. Bones able to find a long-range shot across the map over towards B, kind of has this offense posturing to maybe probably retreat back, and T-Dog's in position to stop this. So now you're down to under 30 seconds to play. T-Dog's trying to survive as long as humanly possible. There's the Divergent Paths coming through, And T-Dog's gonna hold the corner. He's able to find one. That's a huge elimination. And time is an issue now for this 2v2. Bones able to follow up to find the spike carrier. And it's all on to Fireball with this tour de force. And you have to figure there is no chance that ADG challenge this or peak whatsoever. There's just no time to plant. Fireball will find one more, but that will be the end of the round. What a save from ADG.
Honestly, absolutely insane. It was a great push. We talked about that extremity control over towards the information that they were looking to find there as well. And if you're NBG too, though, or if you're ADG as well for T-Dog, you've got to be thrilled about the fact that you forced that convergent paths out just for him alone, and they're not even able to secure that around. That's just so much impact that T-Dog was able to have in that flank over towards Spawn. Now on the side of NBG, you've got still a couple ults to work with here, but that was a very ult-heavy investment round for Nightblood to be losing.
Yeah, really, really much so. And again, it's just this defense continues to find the right ground to work with, as now Hugh's going to step up aggressively at mid, finds one, teleports back to safety. T-Dog now passing the baton between the two of them. He'll find one more to keep the numbers in favor of ADG. Chaotic also kind of watching this angle, but Bones maybe goes a little bit too quick, or does he? Shows the hand, and that will be enough for the rest of the defense to collapse on this heavy fight through mid.
Good job isolating one at the very least. 1v2 to still work with here. The high-low will be held here by ADG on top of that spike.
Yeah, this would have to be a very special moment from Spaz. Going to clear out the close corner. Now here's the difficult part. Has a Nova Pulse that they want to use and try to clear out this angle. Or even, yeah, use the vacuum to try to pull them all into the gravity well, but ADG have backed off nicely and just going to play on this crossfire setup or this high-low setup with the staircase. There goes the smoke. Able to isolate the 1v1, but he was prepared for it, and that's a 5-3 tally for ADG. Eco will start to move around maybe just a little bit here with Nightblood really kind of taking a hit in the last 2 rounds.
I think these adjustments from the defenders is something that I was kind of praising them for in their last matchup up against Winthrop University. It felt like T-Dog was just doing such a good job with a lot of the conditioning, a lot of the reads that he had on his opponents, and it's the same thing that we're seeing right now. We saw, you know, those initial couple of rounds where ADG got a lot more aggressive, then they pull back, they slow down, and then in round 8, they go for that aggression once again. Just a bit of a different look at what that collapse is going to look like.
Yeah, and these waylays have really showed us the respect that has to be garnered into that early conditioning that you've talked about, just due to the fact that both have shown us that, yeah, we're going to dash forward, say, hey, look at us. You need to clear this, especially behind the cover of smoke, before you can commit to anything. And so far, that conversation, that narrative has shifted in favor of ADG, who have Nightblood really kind of having to play reactionary, although Spaz is kind of going on a little bit of a rogue mission here to see how much space they can clear off by themselves. And we'll see Sacred on the shoulder. Ooh. And that may be enough to determine, okay, we know the Clove is here. Do we try to bully them out and get on to B? And it looks like that's going to be the case with the Cosmic Divide.
Oh, we're in front of the wall here as well. Fireball Ops going to fall prey to that one. And they can at least hear that spike being tapped and initiated on top of that. T-Dog knows that Son of Car is on top of rafters.
Has a lot of things to watch for, though, as Monzi gets the plant. T-Dog gonna wait for this smoke to fade, and more importantly, you would figure, also wait for the rest of the defense to get there. There's the drone trying to reveal. Dimensional drift on the defensive side. Ton of Car getting active, though. We'll find one. Has an opportunity to get behind this defensive retake. If the timing suffices, then yes, second kill comes through, but ADG find a couple of their own. Sacred off 2, leaves Practo in the corner. 1v3, now down to a 1v2. Tags coming through to the 1v1. Has the pistol for now. 3 bullets would have to hit the head here, as Sacred's going to go up and over. Right click comes through, and there's just not enough ammunition for Practo. Give Sacred 4, give ADG the round.
Man, a near clutch to come out there from Practo, but a great retake incoming for Sacred. Overall, NBG, that felt like a round that we were expecting them to win, but the flood back through was just so good out from ADG. The spacing was impeccable in that retake, with the utility being thrown out there too. But now we're seeing the timeout to be called here from NBG. This is also the half that we have to keep in mind. We're expecting a little bit more from them. We haven't gotten to see actually that much of Nightblood's attack in their last 2 matches. They only played, I think, 15 rounds of attack on Abyss over their last 2 games here on this map, which is kind of crazy. So there is a little bit more like left to be desired. They looked a lot more comfortable on the attacking side too in their previous composition, of course. And then, you know, we're kind of wondering, okay, what is defense going to look like, especially with the new comp coming in? But even in moments like this, it isn't necessarily always like a strategical timeout, right, Shift? Sometimes it's, you know, maybe the comms just get a little bit too crazy. We're getting a little bit disarrayed when we are in a lot of more of those like firefights. And how do we look to like reset that mentally and come back down to earth as a team?
Yeah, and I think a little bit of the implication surrounding that added chaos that maybe needed to be managed is the fact that ADG is just taking away 60% of the time on the round before Nightblood can even get active. So you're in this moment of, okay, now we can finally execute because we've cleared out, you know, these aggressive control positions that ADG are throwing at us, but we only have 30 seconds left. So all that extra pressure on the clock has led to some failed moments, and it kind of feels like the story of Nightblood so far in a lot of matches that they've played versus other top teams so far in the group stage is simply put that they're close but not able to get through the finish line in a couple of rounds, in particular these last three, as we'll have a split buy situation here in round 10. And Nightblood, like you mentioned, just would not like to only have 3 or maybe even 4 rounds on this offensive half, considering how it's been set up so far. They've looked decent, just can't quite finish off the important rounds.
Yeah, and you see the rotations incoming so quickly here as well. Again, these floods back onto site are what have just been so comfortable for ADG into those retakes. No flank, though, this time around on the side of ADG, and that's also always been a pretty key recipe to their success on a lot of these sandwiches.
This time, Son of Car able to shut down the retake before it begins. Hunter's Fury to follow up, and this is well structured here for a post-plant setup. Bones last one left, and at least on this angle, he's going to need Chaotic to open up something from up high. Practo nearly able to catch the timing before the teleport comes through, but Bones is now stuck on the site with nowhere to go. And okay, that's a little bit more like it from Nightblood. It just felt that much more convincing in nature, right? Like it wasn't like this, we need to deal with this, then we need to deal with that. It was, everything was in front of them that round, and maybe a little bit luckily ADG kind of got stuck in that choke point on the B connector with the Hunter's Fury still available.
I think it also helps when Practice going absolutely dummy in that round too with the Stinger. What did he get? Like a 3K? He's 14-6 right now there for Nightblood, but the spacing looked a lot more comfortable. The trades coming in looked a lot more comfortable. And for ADG now, they're going for this B main aggression once again to go for that information searching with the Bucky here for Hugh.
Will likely retract back and will. So again, good patience here for Nightblood. That is a very important prior round. Again, just talking about the overall scoreboard. Early, T-Dog gonna go the Hunter's Fury. Connects once on the Fireball Ops, but not much else behind that. Here comes Son of Car though, diving on forward, able to find one, reveals onto more players inside the site, but he will eventually get some sort of a shutdown. Trying to survive at the back of the site with the Bucky. Good damage coming through, will not be able to finish off Spaz though. And it'll be on to Bones, who will find a rifle to work with for the remainder of this 1v3.
Spike planted.
Oh, opportunity to sneak onto site. Not aware of it until that drone came through. Perfect timing. Paranoia available.
Cover going out.
We'll try to throw a little bit of a one-way. Unfortunately, Spaz knows where the isolation is going to come through thanks to that reveal that you called. And Nightblood, an important back-to-back set of rounds, gets them now within one of tying the half, which, again, considering how rounds 7, 8, and 9 had gone, you're thinking, wow, this would be insane, especially considering you still have an Armageddon at the ready, and there's only Bones with a teleport on the other side from the shadows. So this is going to be just, again, game plan wise, who's better, and can you actually get some value out of the Armageddon to clear space?
All off the back of that timeout too, right? Just whatever the conversation was, which direction that conversation went, just made all of the difference there for Nightblood. You're pointing out that Armageddon. Last time we saw it used towards that B side.
Huge first.
Absolutely massive. But Sacred's still going to keep going. And he's had some... We haven't talked about him all that much, honestly, in this matchup, because I feel like a lot of these rounds have been so quick with a lot of those firefights. It's hard to tell always exactly who is having that crazy impact. But Sacred has had some insane moments to rescue rounds here for ADG, catching Nightblood off guard with an important pick or two. And you look at all this mid and A main control here as well. There's also that opportunity to go for that flank onto this retake.
Yeah, the problem is that, honestly speaking, Fireball Ops is just in a good spot to play the pivot point, and I understand if you're ADG, you lose that first blood, you're trying to create something by keeping Sacred forward, but retaking the B site of the post plant without the waylay is going to feel very difficult.
Yeah.
So you're
look
going to need
how
some
he's-
great control presence out of Bones and Sacred here.
He has bypassed it, but they are aware of that hole, right? That's why you see the adjustment from Spaz.
If Sacred drops here, the round's over. Bones will drop. Sacred will keep their alive. Needs more than that. T-Dog somehow blindly takes care of Son of Card. That's a miscue from Nightblood, but Practo may have just saved things, has the Armageddon still ready for the post plant. And unless T-Dog can absolutely break a wrist and snap on these two, should be a pretty casual round to finish, and it is. Nightblood will take the half to a 6-6 tally. Impressive bounce back after the stretch of 3 rounds, 7, 8, and 9.
Yeah, great recovery. It did feel like at first this was such like a ADG heavy side initially because of the adjustments that were coming through so quickly, adapting to how Nightblood were looking to play. But again, so much success just off the back of one timeout for that reset here for NBG. Now onto the defense. This is a side where we've had a few more questions for Nightblood Gaming with their previous composition. However, now with the new comp that they're running, you do have that trip there for Fireball Ops. You have a little bit more of that stalling power to try and buy a little bit more time on a lot of those rotations and keep these players from getting too isolated in some of these plays. But again, ADG, this is a team, they like to take the attacking side very fast on those executions when you are expecting Hugh to be making so much space.
Well, here we go. Quick. Yep, Hugh. Able to get one. Bounce back. Uh-oh, Practo. Oh, wow. He's just got a little bit of coverage here. Hold on a second. He's able to find a shot at T-Dog's dome. A little bit of extra damage into more players, but ADG's numbers will allow them to trade back. Son of Card. Timing here. Thinking about dropping down while the spike is being planted, but you can hear that toggle. They were ready for that play. And Nightblood will now find themselves in a very difficult 2v4 retake. Although Son of Card may be able to isolate on one here if they can swing onto Chaotic. And they do. So a little bit of space to work with. Fireball finds a second, but Son of Card down to a single point of damage essentially away from being eliminated, and ADG will take the pistol.
Yeah, both pistol rounds now into the hands of ADG for our first map of today's elimination matchup here in the Swiss stage. That's the one thing that we got to keep you guys reminded of at home is for this series, it's all about staying alive to try and get that opportunity to still qualify for playoffs. Otherwise, you're going to be out and we'll have to see you in split too.
All the pressure in the world, but in a moment there, you kind of saw it. It's just like, is this going to turn into something that may have just been a bit of luck with the lineups there with that classic up top? Not the case. So Nightblood going to take the full classic approach and hard stack onto this A site surrounding a star, but ADG, whether they know this or not, I've guessed correctly on getting themselves set up to go to B.
Yeah, kind of curious to see if Nightblood will commit to any sort of actual walk up and flank out from A. Not going to be the case. You know what? We're going the deny alt orbs strat book right now. NBG just going to toss this round away. They want to get those weapons back into hand, not trying to cycle Hugh or anybody else up into their ultimates any faster into the second half.
Gun here.
Okay, full weapon now for NBG, but again, the bonus is going to feel pretty, well, full-on bonus for Azure Dragon. Most importantly, you look to see what they want to do in terms of where did the controllers want to get themselves set up at here, because that will be the big difference maker, especially considering you still do have 2 Bulldogs and a Spectre, but largely speaking, gonna feel pretty healthy here. Will ADG in the bonus? Just a quick recon to throw some force at A. Spaz will delete it, so that'll cause some momentary question marks for ADG if there's gonna be any defensive play forward into A main, but everyone will hold their ground for now.
And I like that too, out from him, when you're considering like the double controller, double duelist composition on the side of ADG, they don't have nearly as much of that utility to like properly re-clear a lot of those angles. So it forces that out a little bit earlier on.
Trap destroyed.
Oh, a little shoulder from Spaz reconfirms information that the hit is on towards A. Well, very wisely, will back up far enough to stay away from Hugh. And the defense will move over. One player to watch will be Chaotic, who is trying to work something maybe a little bit delayed through middle. On top of Hugh, who is not retracted back, so will stay here. And you can see the salvos also not going to stop the plant, so Chaotic gets one. The plant is in, and ADG have a huge advantage now in this post-plant setup.
Yeah, it's a little bit harder for Nightblood to also break back into this retake too, with Son of Car going down, being the tip of the spear here. But Practo, again, has consistently been a difference maker. And as I'm saying that, everybody on ADG start to fall through the smoke there as well. Goes down Chaotic, and Monsi gets that defuse. Ain't no sweat off their back.
Yeah, that's actually massive in terms of being able to recover in that post plant, considering that you get a first blood and you've got deep scaling on the A side here if you're ADG. But Nightblood, good response. Really, again, like to defend against that spike, things were going absolutely bonkers wrong, but hey, found a couple openers that you don't necessarily expect based on the game plan of that retake, and it turns into a pretty heavy flood forward. So big response there from Nightblood. Full weapons there. That is just against the bonus, so not much lost in all things told for Azure Dragon, who now have a chance to get into the depths of their offensive playbook here in a one-round game.
We might see a change of pace going into this round here, being called from T-Dog as well, with the 5-stack outside of A.
Well, the quick play will withstand the little bit of control that was trying to come through for Nightblood. You in particular is, yeah, got the judge, but Aldrin will be blocked by a bit of smoke. Chaotic will be revealed, and then we'll teleport back, and you can just stay here and try to just at least go 1 for 1.
It's just now NBG waiting for everybody else to kind of reconvene onto this retake. Information denied on that judge that you were talking about there too, but forced to swing.
Yeah. Nice opener here from Nightblood, and they're actually going to just completely wide swing Sacred out of position as well. So now it's just down to Bones and T-Dog, 2v5. The first one's good. Bones, he's going to have a little bit of help with the crossfire. He's able to find 3, including the diffuser, but can't step away to reset the secondary fight. And Spaz will find the elimination and get Nightblood into a tie game. Well, I'll tell you, these retakes, they're on a knife's edge right now, but NBG happy to have 2 in a row.
They've been looking really comfortable in a lot of these retake situations. Again, just constantly being able to delay that plant there over towards A, Procto with the salvo, buying that time for the rotation for Nightblood to actually get over towards that A site so they can flood back on and get the timing correct while ADG try to set up a little bit more comfortably after that plant does go down. Into this round, ADG will be on to an Eco 2 hero rifles into the hands of Bones and Sacred. Again, 5-man push towards A main. Expecting the dash back site.
Ooh, shots land. The power of the outlaw come into play. Ah, that's not fun. Up the vents, or the ropes rather, through a smoke, right into a Bucky, wow. Right into a shorty. Something with an E at the end. Hugh does still have an opportunity to potentially do some work here, but yeah, Nightblood wait for the smoke, toss the drone in, and they will recognize that this is indeed where the remainder of the ADG offense is. Yeesh.
Hey, flawless round there for Fireball Ops. Outlaw's gonna do a lot of damage when you're dealing with those light shields / no shields on the enemy team, right? Very comfortable for NBG to finally find that lead here on Abyss as well. But overall, kind of curious now what the adjustment is going to be from ADG once they have guns back into their hands heading into this round. You've got T-Dog with that Hunter's Fury. We know that he does love to do a blind ult here every once in a while, do a little bit of zoning as well on these attacks towards site.
Well, another shot lands for Fireball Ops. Really getting it done himself right now for Nightblood in these openings. Bones still on site, committing Hunter's Fury, going to be pulled out. Good reveal, allows Sacred to catch 1. Hunter's Fury to clear out the top set of rafters, but Spaz is still fine for now, but will very wisely wait for help, especially with this deep pinch from the waylay. It's coming quicker than expected, it looks like, for ADG, and T-Dog can be in some serious trouble here. And he is.
That he will be. Now this gets so much more uncomfortable for Sacred and Chaotic.
Yeah, Chaotic's able to give you 1. Sacred, not dead yet. We'll find the revive. Chaotic trying to hold ground, but not able to. And Nightblood really putting together, again, defensively in these very rapid, very quick responses to these executes. They haven't really contested the spike plant, but that seems to be largely what the game plan's calling for, and it's working out nicely as they get to double digits.
I think also the space that Nightblood are able to maintain either towards backside, just being able to keep spots like backside over towards CT or heaven, just denying any possibility of ADG from pushing some of those retake extremities and contesting it. It makes it so much more comfortable for them to be able to flood back into those retake situations. Into this round, though, ADG, they'll have a major tool within Chaotic's Dimensional Drift there on the Yoru for some scouting in this round. They're going to revisit this B site now for the 3rd time in a row, but a massive retake ultimate in the Convergent Pass there for Son of Car as well.
Well, Dimensional Drift will hit early on this potential execute for ADG. And again, like you kind of talked about, Nightblood just kind of holding the backside of the site, continue to finding, you know, numbers advantage early. First blood tallied, really good angle there from Sacred, though, to stop one of the defenders from rotating through vent. So it keeps the fight now purely focused on the front as the spike gets planted in the 4v4.
Looking for that flood back in with the Convergent Pass down.
Oh, that'll work for ADG. They find 2 before Nightblood can really even execute on this retake, trying to work around these smokes. Now the smokes will fade, and Bones is in perfect spot to make sure no secondary effort comes through. Monzi, not interested in trying for the 1v4, will back away, and ADG this time with a little bit of extra conviction on the speed, tempo, and presence on the B site will walk away with an offensive win.
Well, that's after that Convergence Pass was also invested into this. On top of that, that retake was also slowed down a little bit by that mid presence in the mid round on the side of ADG. We saw somebody getting caught out over towards vents, and you saw a little bit of hesitation on that retake from NBG, just not being sure if that backstab was going to be incoming. And then just overall a great paranoia as well, just to delay that flood back through a little bit further.
Well, an important round here in the scheme of things. You have the paths available for Hugh. A number of other ultimates are very close to being tallied, though, for the defense, most notably the Armageddon and the Cosmic Divide. Hunter's Fury could, of course, play a deterrent, but we'll see how things unfold here as Nightblood are going to take a more passive opening here in the defense. The star positions are aggressive, though, so there's going to be some things for ADG to consider. But largely speaking, the world is your oyster right now if you're ADG, as long as you just, well, get through that, and they just don't expect Practo to be there. Like, we did utility out. No one was even bothering to keep the gun up. So Nightblood catch a free 2-piece. Who will respond with 1? But, I mean, Practo's just continuing to rip him apart. He's got 3 in the round, 2 more in front of him, and this should be pretty comfortable for Nightblood to take their time and reset up, especially with an Armageddon if things get messy.
Yeah, that plant got delayed as well with the salvo, the full rotation here for NBG and ADG. If they even want to try to get the plant down this round, that's if they're even going to go for it, considering their money situation. It might be a world where they're hoping to save instead. Not going to be the case.
It's on a car. Wow, that was a nice little response as the double swing with Monzi was good. Monzi was the only one to drop in that little contest there at the end. And yeah, that's just one of those moments that almost feels a bit unexcusable that both players who are hitting vents, neither really have their weapon out. And we're trying to throw like an execute set of utility down from the front doors, but we need to clear that position first before we can commit to that. And a bit of a miscue allows Practo to essentially single-handedly take a key round away.
Yeah, I don't know if they actually had anyone in position to hear the door break from the tower side. I wasn't paying close enough attention into that early round to see if anyone would have been in a spot where they could hear that sound cue be given, but just small mistakes there on the side of ADG. Now you hear the timeout to be called with NBG up by 2 rounds on ADG's map pick. You also consider the ultimates. You were talking about how close they were to cycling up for the side of Nightblood. They've finally come to fruition here. And for ADG, this is a must-need round for them with the investment that I'm expecting to come through. Otherwise, we'll see NBG on to match point with ADG on potentially broken economy.
Yeah, that's very, very true. Yeah, it really, I mean, the tools are building up nicely right now for Nightblood to close this map out. But I say all of that, and those that have been avid followers know that that is easier said than done. That's been their issue so far, is closing out tight maps. And even though this defensive side has treated them very nicely outside of a misstep in round 19 where they just got caught off guard by the tempo of ADG, they've been in the driving seat the entirety of this second half. So can they actually close this one out, knowing that there's some weaker economies, and they also, most importantly, have a couple of huge round-winning ultimates available?
I think that's why we see them playing a little bit safer into this round here as well. Not being maybe 100% certain if ADG went for the investment or if it's going to be more of like a half buy coming out from them. But you have to expect that the full buy is going to come through, right?
Yeah.
That timing on the drone, though, was absolutely massive. I don't know if it actually caught Hugh over towards A main. That's why you see the Spike now taking that opportunity to lean over to the right side of the map.
We're going to try to fake out the defense here with a couple of smokes. And a little bit of pressure with the Owl drone and Sacred committing for now inside of these smokes. Yeah, make some noise. Defense is pulled off pretty convincingly from A, and now here's the actual execute utility coming through over onto the A site. Defense will have to respect the fact that Sacred could be here looking for timing. No fireballs able to find the elim, and they do also have the Armageddon to block the choke point, and now you have to try to commit one way or the other for ADG, and it just does not feel good, as Chaotic can only create one, leaving the defense to feel pretty secure in their setup right now, although as Fireball drops, it opens up space at B.
God, the back and forths on these rotations have me a little bit dizzy, but 10 seconds to get that plant secured. It will go down for Bones.
Hunter's Fury will tag, not finish, but yeah, they've got Son of Car in position to watch this little tango, but hold on a second. Hugh through the smoke catches one, and now it's just a 1v2. How in the world does ADG get away with this? The fake was completely countered. Well, I can tell you how they get away with it. It's like that little bit of dizziness that you talked about, but most importantly, Fireball Ops just kind of overheats. He doesn't need to necessarily take that space away. He gets caught, and it leaves the rest of the defense, who is trying to play safe in the back of the site, a little bit off guard.
Granted, I will give him the fact that in what world do you expect the Sova to still be in B window when the rest of the team is going back over towards the A side after that pump fake towards the B side? So he's like anticipating, you know, a flank to come through there. But again, you cannot deny how good these mid-round calls have been out from T-Dog. A massive first pick here for Chaotic.
That late in the round, I just don't think you need to necessarily step up to take that space, but making up for it here is Nightblood. They find the first two eliminations cleanly, especially considering the fact that they are on a split purchase right now. So
yeah,
Nightblood will just make sure no one's lingering at A for now. See if maybe you can follow up to collect these weapons that were dropped at mid. But ADG's going to have the space and time to get a plant, and most importantly, T-Dog's got the Hunter's Fury for the post-plant security.
And you need to play up a little bit here as well, get a little bit more of that space. You have a deep look over towards the flank, trying to seek out that information early, but now Monty's also going to be, or sorry, T-Dog's going to be met with a 2v1.
Hello?
It's a wallbang moment. We thought we were covered, drone out. We're going to move on from that one, Shift.
Yeah. It's just another one of those moments, though, that you're starting to see those small little mistakes. Although there's always someone to pick up afterwards, and it's Sacred. 3 from the front side of the site stops the retake. And on the back side of that, you also still had Hugh in position to watch for the flank, and we're tied at 11.
And those are the moments that I was talking about for Sacred. Just his ability to figure out ways to isolate those 1v1s, rescue these rounds, and flip them back into the favor of ADG when things are seemingly starting to go wrong with those flank picks, right? Now, being tied up, like you said, ADG definitely have the momentum behind them, but we're also seeing the operator being pulled out here for Fireball Ops, solo towards that A site as ADG look to run B.
Slowing them down.
Well, a little bit of a messy battle, and Hugh somehow comes out on top for first blood. Hunter's Fury for the offensive T-Dog, trying to split up this defensive setup, but largely speaking, Spaz was okay for a time. But ADG able to still force the issue forward, come away with the numbers. And at this point, I mean, if you're Fireball Ops and Practo, the rest of your team is, and yourselves as well, are on no economy. these are going to be the only weapons you have to fight for at overtime. So likely you're going to see them just try to play for a pick and then I would have to imagine back away.
Yeah, it depends on how this first fight goes with that damage taken there for Fireball Ops. You're expecting them to look to walk back for that save. It is going to be exactly that. Could have been a bit of a different story had that shot landed. Perhaps we would have seen the retake incoming, but now it gets a bit worrisome, right? ADG, they're going to be on that match point. Hugh is just one away from getting that 100 or the convergent pass online. Sacred has the not dead yet there as well. So just great tools for the entry here for ADG, who have been now leaning more into that tempo change towards that B site.
Wow. What a turnaround this has been, man. And I hate to say that this is spoken a little bit into existence here, but it's another one of those rounds. You go back to round 21 and you say Nightblood have everything they could possibly want to secure a match point situation. They drop that off of, maybe you could call it a mistake. Maybe you could just call it just overinvestment in terms of trying to play forward if you're Fireball, whatever it happens to be. It's just, it feels like another one of those same story, different chapter type situations for Nightblood. Late into a game, into the advantage, tools to use to close out a map, and now all of a sudden you're scrambling trying to find some sort of a play call to get you to overtime.
Cosmic Divide available here for Spaz at the very least. It could be a really key component into some sort of retake on the side of NBG. ADG for the last several rounds, they've been conditioning those B hits, and now I feel like it is a little early to say because we are still in like that timeout pause screen, but because of that, I imagine that we're going to be pulling Fireball Ops back over towards that B side, expecting to see a little bit more of that information potential delay over towards A, where we're all constantly seeing Practo playing. Not a bad choice though, considering how much impact those salvos have had in being able to buy time for those rotations to come through here for NBG, but I don't know. I'm kind of worried about the possibility of Spaz getting kind of isolated here backside when he's only on a Stinger.
I'll return.
Well, Spaz going to get a bit of a read here defensively. That's all that they're supposed to have. Cosmic Divide at the ready. They want to try to block off this backside of the site, the defense to get into position, but have to wait for help to get here first. And honestly, Spaz takes a little bit of extra damage that has them a little bit worse for wear. Practo bouncing one off the corner that actually will land, but T-Dog's able to find the spray through the smoke to confirm first blood. So now 5v4. There's the Divide, backside of the site to try to block off the post plant deep. Not going to really influence who, though, who has the opportunity to pull the paths if they want to. Here's the dash on forward for Sunakar, though. Able to find one. Up top, Sacred, able to save some of this post-plant setup. Nightblood in some trouble now. Oh, well, the Bones, a little bit of an overheat there. Trying to find timing with the shorty. That doesn't work. So to a 2v2. Oh, but Sacred gets popped. Now some space gets taken, but Hugh steps forward from the corner and will secure the map. And it's just another one in a long line of Nightblood Gaming not being able to close out a map, man. Oh, it's a heartbreaker for NBG.
Definitely is. That 13-11 when NBG had so much momentum on their defensive side, raking in those rounds, but the adjustments from ADG rang supreme in that second half. Overall, though, you got to give them credit at the same time for taking it the distance when ADG also started out both halves winning those pistols.
Unreal. There are many difference makers for sure. And yes, you could look at the traditional structure of the map and say, pistols plus the follow-ups, great, but it's still just another one of those moments where you've got Nightblood in a position with all the things they could possibly want to get the map point, and they can't find a way to do it. It's getting frustrating to watch it happen. We're going to go to break. When we come back, we're going to watch Roy lose his mind, I'm sure, over the same things, because that's my guy right there. See you guys backside the break. We'll be right back.
That's gonna be big and bodies. If they need it. Only a scuffle, so hit. Good sound, Renz. Oh, the high-low. There it is. Oh, and even more than that, Zerota. Dimensional drip from Tonza. He's gonna know what you're planning, what you think before you've even executed. And the real executioners are sleepers.
Azure Dragon Gaming's continued rise, taking down Nightblood Gaming clean on Abyss 13-11. Welcome back to VALORANT Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Roy and Emily on the desk. And Emily, I'm going to throw to you first because you kind of were talking about this upward trajectory with ADG, like they absolutely could take this. And it was close, 13-11. It was back and forth nonstop, but ADG do take it in the end.
Yeah, and what really stood out to me is how close that first house specifically was. I feel like ADG did a really good job at adapting kind of their game plan, because at the start, like, NBG did find success kind of separating them, you know, making them play into that 3-2 by taking that mid space, and they were gambling. But then we saw ADG kind of full fight mid, willing to trade space so that they can have better retakes. Like, they will give up one site, have that mid space, not have any lurks or any potential lurks coming in, and go into that like 5v5 retake. They felt confident in that. And then same thing on the second half, right? NBG started to get that lead. They started to catch ADG off guard, getting punished a lot, especially when they were getting it ready for an exec. But we saw them slow it down a bit, put a little bit of pressure mid, make them a lot less readable, and then just go back into those execs, not allowing the chambers specifically to pick them apart before they even got a chance to get started.
Yeah, I mean, just kind of drawing back to that first half, it really did feel like ADG's game plan was kind of on point, right? It was a little brawly, it was a little, you know, comp mechy, but I kind of like it. You don't want to get pushed and pulled by the double drones, right? You don't want to get spread out on your defensive side on Abyss, especially, and then try to defend sites with 1 or 2 people there. So them getting active, them getting ahead of that, you know, defaulty pace was such a smart call by them, and it kind of suits their composition as well, because whether you lose one controller, it's okay. There's another one. It's like Hydras. Whether you kill one head, another one will just pop out, no problem. And then you come into the second half, and it feels like NBG's kind of in control, right? Like they had a very good game plan. They knew exactly how to slow things down. They knew how to stall out the A plant. They knew how to do the A retakes. But it felt like every single scenario which could have maybe ended their way was in some way, you know, whether it was a mistake or whether it was them just not winning very crucial fights. It felt like as the game started to kind of develop, they started to get a little bit more tight on those like super late rounds, and it just let the game slip through their hands.
I think those late rounds, though, and those last 3 rounds were like harder for them because they weren't already at an advantage, right? You didn't see them already being up numbers or having to lay all the time for those bomb plants. We saw them struggle because they started to get punished. They started to not find success in the early round, which was honestly the main thing that was kind of setting up for those late round wins.
Well, something I want to go back to you, Roy, with something you said in the pre-show was that NBG have the average of 300 rounds over, or they play 300 rounds. Sorry, I'm gonna let you say this out because I believe that this is exactly what you were talking about earlier with this scoreline and how this game turned out.
I mean, usually I don't like to refer to stats for a team's narrative, but I think there's some truth to the statistic, right? It's the fact that like most of their games are lasting between 21 and 22 rounds, kind of in the middle of that. That means a lot of their games are so close. And I mean, if the pattern is true and kind of what we saw here is accurate to some of their other maps, it feels like a lot of the things that they do throughout the game that's working, they stop doing once they get, once the game starts to get really close, or, the score line is like they're getting closer and closer to that finish line. It feels like a lot of that risk, a lot of that, the things that they do so well, which is finding opening kills, disrupt teams, they retake together. A lot of these things, they start to fall apart in these super late games. So I feel like they really got to tighten up on that.
Yeah, it feels like they just start falling behind on the macro of it all, right? Because in that first half, we saw them kind of going toe-to-toe. We saw them making adaptations to whatever ADG was throwing at them. We saw them change things up. On that defensive half, though, they didn't have an answer, or they didn't have an answer quick enough to answer back to what ADG was doing. They just need to be able to keep up. Otherwise, they just fall behind. And that's what I feel like happened this map. They fell behind. They weren't able to close it out or adapt in time.
I think old habits die hard, as they say. We kind of have tendencies as we play, and teams have tendencies. You can ask any tier 1 team how they play. Obviously, NBG still have that sort of tendency. But moving forward, if you are ADG, Roy, I'm going to posit this to you. This was still your map pick. And this was very, very close. It was not nearly as close as you wanted to, but it is 13-11. But next map, if you're ADG, is their map pick of Split, or NBG's map pick of Split, excuse me.
Yeah, and you're starting on the defensive side if you're ADG. So, I mean, it's going to be a tough half, I think. And I think the reason why I think it's going to be a tough half is because NBG is such a good team on this map. Their composition works well. The pace that they like to play at, the slow, methodical, like macro heavy style that they like to rely on, like a little bit more team consistency and a little bit less emphasis on the individual, that works really well on this map, and it kind of makes sense to why they would want to play it. Now, that being said, I will say that the attacking half for NBG has been a little bit on the weaker side for them. So if they want a lot of success, their attacking half has been the better one. Sorry, I'm reading this backwards. So their attack half has been super, super good. So there's a lot of pressure on ADG to try to claw as many rounds as possible on the defensive half, because once the sides flip, feels like they're pretty strong.
I do feel confident, though, in ADG coming into this, even though it is NBG's map pick and they do play that attack app kind of more macro heavy. They like to play it a little bit slower and try and do some sort of push and pull and maybe even lurk here and there. But I'm confident after what I just saw from ADG in that first map, right? We saw them adapt. We saw them kind of start punishing what was working for NBG. And on a map like Split, where you do kind of go into like those 1-3-1s or straight up XX, I feel confident that they're not gonna, that they'll be able to kind of punish that when they try and do these things.
I'm gonna ask you both. I have like this, we're gonna improvise. We're gonna do theater. If you had to, if you had to tell ADG what to keep on doing well, Emily, kind of summarizing what you were saying earlier, what were like 3 things you want them to keep on doing into Split on their defense to make sure they can make this a clean 2-0 and not be eliminated, Emily?
I would say I want them to let NBG show their cards. I want them to see what they're kind of starting with and then make moves off of that. I want them to play more reactionary rather than playing super upfront right away, because I feel like NBG is really good at punishing that. Like, they're almost expecting that out of this team, is for them to have this aggression that they can capitalize on, right? But if you let NBG kind of show what they're doing, like say if they're doing like focusing heavy on lurks or focusing heavy on that mid presence, you can find gaps and something to take advantage of for ADG. And I know that's only one thing, but it's one big thing that I think can cover those 3 things that you were asking for.
Yeah, I'm in the opposite camp. I feel like ADG should be very aggressive on their defensive side, like fight for a lot of space. Like that seems to be the case. whenever you're playing against teams, you know, like the old G2, not the new G2, because new G2 is W key, but the old G2, against those teams, the things that work consistently are disruption of their game plans. You don't want the IGL to think. You don't want the IGLs to like push and pull and get into spots that they're comfortable calling from. Like, you want to contest space. You want to break rounds down to something that's not as tangible, not as quantifiable, right? Like, you want that to be to your favor, especially with how good ADG's aggression looked in the first map, where they were, you know, very aggressive on their defensive side. They were challenging space. They were fighting early. They're like getting ahead of the ideas and getting ahead of the pacing and controlling the tempo on the defensive side. I feel like that could work quite well on Split.
No, I agree with what you're saying. Like, yes, they will need to show that aggression, but I think that when they tried to just do it right off the bat, specifically on Abyss on attack, they were getting punished over and over for it. As soon as they realized, like, oh, they are going for these super aggressive things, they are putting heavy presence towards these extremities, they were able to come up with a plan to kind of fix that. And I think if they do that from the get-go, like, let them kind of just show like what their focus is or what their game plan is going up against them, I think they'll have a lot more success in the early half, right? Like, in the early part of the first half. Yeah,
yes,
that makes sense.
I got you.
Yeah. We got there eventually.
We got there eventually, but we are going to be heading into Agent Select. And Emily, we saw some comp switches last time, and here we are. Again, this is the map. I mean, NBG right now is staring down the barrel of elimination.
Yeah, I mean, I love seeing Fireball Ops on stage. I think that's going to be so fun. I can't wait to see what kind of walls he ends up throwing and him just being like a brawly kind of stage. But I mean, on the side of ADG, this is what I've been expecting. Double duelist, double controller. They like to have that ability to still kind of work the map with these smokes, but also be able to speed up and aggress with these double duelist comp. I think it's going to be an absolute brawl, especially on a map like Split.
Yeah, I think the brawl is going to be the name of the game here for Azure Dragon on this first half, right? You don't want the Sage to get into the post plants. You don't want the Viper to get into post plants. You want to stop this as early as possible. You don't want them to get reinforced and play behind a lot of that utility. So interruption is the name of the game here for Azure Dragon on the defensive side. Get ahead of the game plan. And when it comes to that defense side, expect those well-timed slows from Fireball Ops to slow and dismantle the explosive pace for Azure Dragon.
Well, Nightblood Gaming have to make this count. It is their map pick. The ball is in their court, or they will be eliminated. ADG could continue their route to glory in VCL. Ash and Shift, take it away.
Okay, since we have your permission, we will. This will be interesting. I wanted to just go back, and I know that a lot of people who are listening to the pre-show or the pre-map interviews and all that stuff with their desk will be very invested into the brilliant minds that are there. But I do want to point out that as much as Nightblood Gaming's offensive percentage in this Challenger split has been good, they also beat Blue Otter 13-0 with 12 on attack, and that inflates that number dramatically. Everything else has been 5-7 or 6-7, or 6-6 rather. It has 6-7. But Ash, I think that's one of those things for Nightblood. Like, I don't necessarily look at the 64% that it shows as like that's a true 64. It's closer to 50 outside of that Blue Otter anomaly.
Okay, I see what you're putting down. I get what you're saying here. I do think that that is a very fair assessment to be making, but I also do think that, you know, we got to give credit to when you're expecting to see, you know, previously Senokar being on that raise, you know, the compositional change now coming in, seeing him on that waylay. We've seen how good he is at making that space for this team otherwise, but quick dash over towards this A site here for Nightblood Gaming. It's been fully evacuated. ADG, more than happy to play that retake.
Yeah, and to the point that Roy was bringing up, it has been an offensive half that can be categorized by quick tempos, and we're seeing that already here in the pistol. Senokar able to find the first. Good response for Sacred. Just continues to come up clutch. One on a bit of an island, and has, honestly, for the post plant, there are two players who are isolated thanks to that opening pick from Sacred. T-Dog making sure that there's no extra scaling deep into screens will be found out, and now there's a different post plant set up to work with here if you are Nightblood. Monzi still working on the cross corner on elbow, shut down by Bones. Sacred getting back into sight, but Practo from the corner, no, not quite able to find the last three. And what an absolute stalwart setup for Sacred to catch two and then come back to the play knowing that the whole post plant has to be playing against screens. Brilliant stuff from Sacred.
Yeah, I'm so excited to see Practo and Sacred going head-to-head here on the Vipers. Both those players just had so much impact in our first map of Abyss, just being the difference makers in a lot of those rounds, being able to rescue those rounds for their team. But overall, great retake facilitated by the saturate that was thrown over towards elbow to kick things off there for ADG. NBG now, with that plant secured, will be going for the stinger buy. Why not on split? You've got the close quarters that you get to work with here. But this time, ADG might be a little bit more invested to actually stay onto site with how T-Dog is positioning.
Yeah, and again, just knowing if you're ADG that Nightblood is going to play with some tempo against you, you are trying to respond with a little bit of this counter aggression, which Bones is able to find the quick pinch opportunity. And nice little bait and switch there. Hey, look at me, while Sacred comes up and hits you with a shoddy. So now all of a sudden, if you're Nightblood, you are stuck. I mean, completely overwhelmed on site. Brilliant read from ADG and a great start once again. Not dropping a pistol, not dropping an anti-eco. ADG have been flawless in the first 2 rounds of every half so far.
Yeah, and with that investment, you're not going to see that buy you would normally expect here into round 3 for NBG. It was a high-risk, high-reward play, and unfortunately, just doesn't go in their favor that time around. ADG, though, definitely going to be feeling comfortable about this. The Outlaw still in hand there for Chaotic, going to be able to do a lot of damage into this round. We have seen some crazy openings on these ecos, though, coming out from Carson. It feels like even in rounds where, you know, you're not expecting him to be able to get that first blood as anticipated, the Buffy somehow does work.
Well, speaking of, a little bit of a payoff for that color commentary, Ash. First blood will be tallied, and that does put a bit of pressure on the defense. Bones in particular will have to kind of keep his head in a swivel. He does have a rifle to work with, which he's going to feel maybe a little bit of security with, but oh no, that's not what you want. You don't want to be hit by that. Dog takes a big chop out of the left quad. That's enough for setup car to find a second.
How this Vents control fully in the hands of NBG makes it so uncomfortable for T-Dog. He's got to play fully off his sight, especially with that Phantom in hand.
And Nightblood are clearing every corner so far as they get into mail. And Sacred come up clutch once again. Should be a little bait and switch coming through. Flash maybe to come out first. Steps up and oh no, just doesn't quite hit the trigger long enough. May have been more than 2, but to be candid, 2 is enough. Chaotic able to at least find the second. I don't know if that was even the intended target initially, but regardless, it lands. Gives the defense a chance to fight back. Spaz trying to clear with the paranoia. Little does he know that Chaotic have re-flipped around the side and ring around the Rosie. Left. Defense will plant, and NBG will have to reset, trying to find a different angle of approach from heaven.
It's getting really awkward here. Practo with the drop on him, and T-Dog to isolate the one to start things off. It's going to feel impossible for Spaz to get this plant down. Will secure it at the very least.
For a second there, saw T-Dog kind of in that little crouch up, thinking maybe does he try to get the edge of the smoke to try to find the exit, but instead just kind of burst through as soon as you hear the plant actually be secured. And the rifle works out. So another clutch moment coming through for ADG. Give a lot of credit once again, though, to Sacred. I don't know, man. He's been looking real solid in the first 2 maps. 6-1 to start here in Split.
Yeah, definitely good looks, but despite the fact that, you know, this round isn't a net win for NBG, considering how close it got there at the end, you've also got to be happy when you're on that eco and it comes down to the 1v1. You're getting it as close as possible, at the very least, doing a little bit of that damage to force ADG to reinvest, but Operator now online here for Chaotic, going for an early B main peak.
Yeah, and that's a dangerous power tool here now that ADG will really be able to assert control and potentially, at a significant nature, slow down Nightblood's tempo, which, again, to the point of the desk, that's what they like to do on this map offensively. So you've got an extra resource available to give yourself some presence. Sacred trying to keep that Judge alive in vent. Will only find the chunk of Spaz, who will be healed back up thanks to the overgrowth. And that's enough for Nightblood to get back into a 5v4.
Happy with the mid pressure that they've given off now. We're going to see NBG shifting that attention back over towards B main where they had originally started. Thing is, that op still watching deeper than you would even expect. The collat to come in from Chaotic as well. This round should just be about shutdown.
Definitely feels that way. Flash will force the teleport back for Chaotic, but like you mentioned, that is a huge flip. Now, Practo, timing is going to be everything here. And yeah, I had an idea about where Bones was, but can't make good of it. Chaotic hits another.
30 seconds left.
And
okay.
Okay is right. Yeah, all right.
Okay,
A little bit of a joke. A little bit of a joke. Right click headshot from that far. Okay.
That one's a little BM. That one's a little BBM, but that's a tough look there. Overall, though, a strong 4-0 start here for ADG. We got that Dimensional Drift online here as well for Chaotic heading into the next round. A couple more ultimates On the side of the defenders too, with Sacred having that Viper's Pit up, NBG, they got a couple ults of their own, but it's gonna be another eco round that will be coming through. I'm assuming it is a tactical timeout there. I was waiting to see. I was like, okay, surely it is NBG, but you know, wait for confirmation just in case. And the conversation, I think now is, it hasn't really been a problem for them to actually get onto site, right? It's more so about, okay, how are we positioning ourselves into that post plant? Because ADG have been so comfortable flooding back in on those retakes or even just winning out those initial engagements. And it's been a lot more difficult, I think, for NBG to like slow that flood back into site as well because of it.
Do you think that there's something in the pudding here, though, about like, yes, the spike is getting down, but it comes after not having the most cleanliness of executes? Like, I think in particular, of course, we've got Sacred with the two with the judge up top at tower, but then you also have like Chaotic gets 2 off of the collat. Like, it just feels like, yes, we're on site, but some of these low number post plant situations maybe not be as secured as maybe they should be, considered that offensive success rate that we talked about.
No, for sure. And well, once again, you're going to see that op being pushed, right, for Chaotic. Gonna get 1, but will pay for his life. Not able to actually get the TP out in time. Full ramps control here, and T-Dog's position fully known.
Oh, great flash, though. Has the defense moving their way back over from the backside of the site. 1-for-1 the exchanges. Sudakar has opted to go into the scope, and it's going to pay out.
Oh,
just down to T-Dog. Behind the play, able to find 1 for free. Was hoping for more. But there will be a natural exit here for Nightblood with the spike back through vents in. The dog cannot reach, and the slow orb will have T-Dog further away than you'd like to be.
Now my question is going to be about this positioning, right? You've got Son of Har solo over towards heaven. There are no flashes, no dog now to re-clear that op angle.
Well, T-Dog, I believe, is going to get some very quick clearance that no one's on site here. Problem is, that's the issue. You play off the scope, you play off the contact. So unless Son of Car whiffs or T-Dog gives him a wide swing, should be a comfortable finish, and it is, thanks to the thrifty and mostly just thanks to the fact that you're able to get that opening 1-for-1 like you called, stopping that operator from finding more than just the first. Chaotic can't teleport back, and that's the weapon that changes the round and gets Nightblood on the board.
Really nice pivot coming out from Nightblood, just full flooding over towards heaven there as well. All the utility that was traded over in a heaven, just knowing that those swings were going to come through. But now it's about converting this into some sort of momentum, actually looking to chain rounds together on the side of Nightblood on their map pick. Opts to be up on both sides here.
Well, that's a call out with the ping that the Viper is playing inside of vents. Q has taken an early step forward at mid steps with the Bucky, but no contact. What? I was saying no contact here should be coming through, but he looks for information over the Viper's pit, and Fireball will actually connect. And now it's some easy numbers, 5v4 for NBG, most importantly because Sacred can't leave the pit, at least not yet.
Okay, let's see what Bones is going to be able to do, though. Denying the vision, at the very least, so you can't actually see how many are crossing over towards site. NBG have an understanding of site being fully clear. Being able to get 1 and get out is massive.
Yes, it is. Defense going to rotate over. The Viper's pit will fall, but this is a full commitment for Nightblood. So can they hold this setup on site? Bones, good timing here, but Son of Car gets the weapon up just in time to shut down what likely was going to be a freebie. Sacred once again, though, comes up big to find the response. Viper's pit on the other side. T-Dog sidesteps around it. Snake bite to put a little bit of pressure on that back elbow position. Spaz playing on the outside. Dimensional drift to find information. Spaz needs to keep their life here. You cannot allow this dimensional drift to find everything. And unfortunately, as ADG try to challenge through with Chaotic, they don't find the kills they need, leaving Sacred into the 1v2 and is not able to predict Spaz on the close corner. And Nightblood will get their second round.
Nice start here for Nightblood to try and at minimum find a tie, just start accruing these rounds for themselves. Now breaking the economy of ADG makes it even more feasible. But again, comes to those eco weapons and it comes down to split. That doesn't necessarily always make the difference. But I think the adjustments from NBG are definitely huge. The way that they're trying to maintain a little bit more of that extremity control with some of the lurks starting outside of B, starting outside of A main, ensuring that That information won't go into the hands of ADG early on, and I honestly thought I didn't think Praco was gonna live there. I not that I'm not a believer. That one was questionable for Misha. That one was a little bit questionable for me. I can't lie.
Yeah, that's one of those where I feel the action kind of tells the story for you. So, Nightblood able to shut down some of the aggression play, and that's now 3 in a row. It turns the tides a touch, but Chaotic can reinvest now into the operator, and we saw what that was able to bring. I mean, again, it was traded out, but those 2 rounds were very successful for them, and yeah, you just don't expect Practo to deal that much damage and find that much conviction in that opening first blood, plus the extra. Yeah, really good round from Practo.
Okay, we got weapons back into the hands of ADG now, though. The slow consistently going out, denying that early peak. Fortunately, the team flash is going to keep the swing from Spaz from going through to try and capitalize off of that slow. Much slower look this time.
Yeah, I was gonna say a smoke presence play just to try to see if ADG will keep their eyes at middle while there's a little bit of clearance over towards ramps on the way with the scope. That was the point that was trying to be made, but Chaotic will respect the dog. Seekers are out here for the defense to try to make sure there's no play behind that. And yeah, okay, just a little bit of battling for positioning early, under 60 to play, and everything resets.
Some good information seeking. A lot invested in that, actually, and I like the reclear with the Trailblazer towards A to give ADG an even better read on if NBG have fully fallen off of A main or if they would look to reclaim that space.
Well, here comes the commitment call. Son of Car getting some presence at B tower. Spike right behind this play on top of it. T-Dog in the corner is not checked. He finds the freebie. Good response from Monzi, but the counter trade is back. Numbers now with the defense as Hugh continues to get the pinstripe kill feed in favor of ADG. Here comes the bully play on the Sacred, but there's just always someone else nearby. That means that fireball ops in 10 seconds really doesn't have the ability to play off the resurrection. You would think needing to grab the spike, and in that moment, it's Hugh down low in the corner to get ADG 5.
Nice recovery there from ADG, just denying NBG from finding that tie up a little bit earlier on into this first half and gaining that, continuing to get that momentum going there for Nightblood. And that overall great understanding of how to control that space. The conversion pass was just such a huge difference maker there in holding on to that B having control, denying that split towards B there for the attackers.
Well, things have definitely shifted in terms of that opening narrative about what Nightblood want to do in terms of tempo. Still trying to put some pressure on mid, but once more, ADG is starting to feel some confidence. They're clearing out space of their own, and Practo needs to really keep his eyes up here because you've got Chaotic on the corner, locking down the scope, clearing angles. There's the flash, not able to play the counter flash position. And it's a first blood that doesn't just lead to a kill, it also leads to another opportunity for you to build closer towards the paths. And with the ability to gate crash back to help out at B, the defense is feeling like they've got the whole map in their control.
They're comfortable with this. They know they're primed for a fast flood over towards this B side.
But T-Dog overwhelmed. It's a good counter trade from Fireball. Establishes the position with the barrier orb to block everything out. Smoke will make sure Bones cannot challenge until there's help. And honestly speaking, if you're ADG, yeah, I was gonna say the best option here would be to try to re-clear Ramen to hit through main with the scope in play, but Chaotic is not a part of that play. So you're really hoping that Hugh and Sacred in this combination can clear the space they need to set up this post-plan retake.
They're not even looking to break the wall though, because they don't want to signal that there could be someone over into B heaven.
Oh, there's the swing. Smoke will block. Chaotic, wow. He's able to find one. Response though was perfect on the reaction for Nightblood. They'll only drop the one. So much better there for Nightblood, especially considering that you dropped that first player at A. The defense just cannot swing back in time to stop the controllability that ADG, or pardon me, that NBG have on their executes on the B site.
Now when it comes down to the economy on the side of ADG with the constant investments into that operator, It's going to be a bit of a half buy coming in there with 2 of those rifles into the hands of Hugh and Sacred. For NBG, they got the Resurrection up. So potential for another breath of life for one of these players if somebody does fall a little earlier on. This walk down from ADG denied by the initial flash.
Scout destroyed.
Well, Nightblood with his more patient approach, maybe kind of enforced by the opening part of this half, has found some decent success. This is a pretty critical round here, especially knowing that there's a limited purchase available for ADG. And Sunakar seems to be pretty aware of that, having the Outlaw in hand. So take your time, play for picks, get your early numbers advantage, and just don't get caught by shotguns or stingers, and you should be good to get to a 5-5 game is the thought process, you'd think.
Thing is, this could still be a deadly backside hold here on A, especially with the crossfire that's being held. Unfortunately, will be broken up.
Yeah. And Hugh, contact-wise, could not find a response up top, but ooh, is still with the final elimination. Gonna drop the pads in, but yeah, Fireball's more than prepared for that timing, trying to peek through screens. It's not quite aligned. Brad's gonna come through. It's more of a body block, but Bones still able to find 2. Can he get the 3rd? No, not quite. Spaz locks down the angle, finds the 2 headshots, and has Nightblood in a tie game.
This feels so much like Abyss, like how that map started, the way that NBG were able to level out in the second portion of that first half, and we ended off with that 6-6 there over on Abyss on our first map there. But overall, I think talking about Split, there have been nice adjustments out of the side of NBG with how they're trying to seek out where that op has been playing. Of course, it hasn't been up in the last couple of rounds. And then also just denying any of that early space that ADG does like to contest. The smoke. Yeah, you're respecting that. On a round like this where you know their money is looking poor, you are not exploring towards a B main.
Similar situation here at ramps, with the Poison Cloud in position to continually smoke this angle. Son of Car with a scope out, doesn't clear that corner perfectly, and that's a first blood that ADG will be thrilled to have. Chaotic stuck in the corner, snake bite out to try to swing on this. They do, and Hugh connects. Holy cow, that's now 2 weapons potentially going to be earned if you get Chaotic back to grab it, but instead he's going to quickly rotate over to B to see if he can help this defense, which, to be fair, is not under pressure immediately, but will need his help.
Flashes don't actually connect there, but a great paranoia out of Bones to delay even further on this push.
Stall tactics are appreciated. Bones in the corner. The shotguns just continue to land. Oh my goodness. There's no chance. Nightblood again. The world is your oyster. Get caught, not clearing out A ramps, not once, but twice. The rotation back, met by shotguns, and it's a thrifty round that gets converted for ADG late into the half.
I feel like that's also, to pivot back over towards B there, it has to be one of the hardest calls when you're thinking about those Buckies. If you're going to go for the wall play, there's nowhere for the rest of your team to go once that wall goes up on that right side, and you're just funneling into backside, and it becomes even more comfortable for those shotgun players to just kind of sit there. NBG, they look to revisit over towards A main, but the early fight going in the favor of Q. Trades, sure, go back and forth now. A bit of overheat, a little bit of over-peaking lands NBG in a numbers advantage.
Yeah, good discipline right there from Spaz after the messiness of that opening battle to make sure that there could still be another player there. And as Sacred drops, trying to sneak into the pit. Now it's just down to Bones, looking likely for a 1-1 half. Bones does get the teleport up top, but has to wait for the hindrance to shake off, and Spaz is right there again. Okay, 6-6 half. Really good, I think, just in terms of both teams finding adjustments and adaptations, especially considering ADG starts slowing down Nightblood's guaranteed plan of playing with tempo. But on the second quarter, if you want to call it that, NBG, more measured, more disciplined, do come away with the majority of the back half.
Now it's a question of how this defense is going to look for NBG. With Fireball Ops on that Sage, on top of running the double controller, there's just so much stall capability now on this team side. Granted, for ADG though, you do have two duelists who are able to bypass a lot of that utility with the TPs, with those dashes there for Hugh as well. So NBG, they've got to be positioned and prepared for some of those deeper kind of plays that we're expecting out of the ADG side with some of the dive that could be incoming.
Well, action here very quickly on the approach to B. Spaz having some trouble with the first set of shots. Chaotic can convert for the trade. Practo up top, able to find one more in response, keep the defense some footing. But you can see again, low number situation. A little bit of chaos starts to calm down, and Son of Car, once again, very disciplined. Making sure nothing's at steps, but the timing, oh my goodness, it's like Sacred knows, but can't convert. So now it's just to the 2v3 situation. And for ADG, the threat of losing their first pistol is looming pretty menacingly.
Yeah, they're just trying to pull any sort of pick out early on. Fireball ops, though, with the slow to come in. Q's trying to find that, and
Stop
Chaotic
it.
is... No.
For the 1v3! Oh, Chaotic! About to say, you kind of saw that one brewing. The slow orb not in a position to allow the stage to come from dirt to help on that pinch, and all of a sudden, Chaotic gets the read that there's two up top, hits the shots perfectly, and then you know for a fact that the stage is playing down low. What a miscue.
One enemy remaining.
It's those constant fake taps, right? They think that the two players towards heaven can comfortably drop towards site in a 1v3. They're maybe anticipating, okay, surely Chaotic is just trying to get the plant down at minimum into that round. Insane stuff overall, NBG. They're gonna go for that 5-man push outside of B main. Completely in the hands of ADG, though still not aware of it yet due to that toxic screen. That's just going to delay it a little bit further. But look at how patiently Sacred is playing over towards sewers.
Little shoulder from Sacred. Now realizes there's some pressure. Good snake bite. Wow. Talk about playing off your own utility, Sacred.
Spike planted.
Brilliant to find two. Establish that the threat of the defense is fully on the flank. Cannot find more than that, but the job has largely been secured. And yep, this is a crossfire against classics that you're going to feel like there's no way you foil on this, and that will likely be the case. NBG still cannot find ways to make these anti-ecos tight, close, or otherwise. Although that's a chaotic play that he's just looking for some dimensional drift action there.
One enemy remaining.
And the follow-up should be pretty comfortable here for Azure Dragon.
Yeah, just a little bit more of that eco damage overall. NBG though, man, I'm still thinking back to that pistol round. They've got to make a statement here on the anti-eco. Granted, it is a very strong bonus coming out from ADG considering the buy. We've talked so much about, I feel like, the impact that Sacred has on these rounds, but like with a ghost in hand alone,
Yeah.
completely denied any dream from NBG finding success on that death ball walk down.
Well, here we go. Full purchase. Chaotic will bring the offensive op into play here. So we'll see what Azure Dragon want to do around that weapon. You imagine it'll be a pretty slow start here. Wait for some of these smokes to fade away. Give Chaotic a chance to connect somewhere. And then you'll go from there.
Yeah,
But-
just waiting for the cycle on this poison orb to drop, but even when that does go down, you still have another dark cover to layer on top of it. Snake bite available here too, just to make it that much more uncomfortable for anybody else on ADG to follow through. Attacking op is definitely interesting here for Chaotic.
This is a chance at B Tower. We'll exchange Trailblazers across the map. And under 50 to play. Now you need to start to see what does your Dragon want to do. Missing out on an opportunity for an opening pick.
Get out of my way.
We can't be just raw peeking through mid without having any clearance there at any point. But that was the risk, and it doesn't come with any reward for ADG, who now are in a very limited position, trying to just see if Chaotic can create noise and pull focus to B. That's not bad.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, but NBG are not moving right now.
Who's next?
Resurrection
that's
used
why.
over towards that B side too.
But Chaotic's pick does get him into dimensional drifts. The quick gate crash back into safety. Now has the spike looking for a plant. Keep your eye on Bones. He's in the big key position with the flank tower immediately on the way. Good flash coming through, but Fractal, could he find opportunity? Yes. Bones will drop. Son of Car up top, trying to get this post plant broken down, and yes, NBG will find clearance. Sacred in trouble. Snake White will land. Chaotic almost gets the spray down, but only finds one. So now it's just down to, can you just read where this next hit is? Sacred shows a weapon. Fireball will find the first, and likely this will be a pretty easy follow-up with the rest of Nightblood's numbers, and it will be 8-7 the count.
Much needed round win there for NBG to just continue to keep this one close, right? Overall, you were talking about Practo's positioning on that flank being just such a big difference maker. An attempt at that pump fake there from ADG, just not going to work out in their favor. Holding Stalwart onto site. I'm more than aware of the fact that some of those plays do come through on the ADG side, especially when T-Dog, you know, has that conditioning down. Now we're going to be leaning back over towards B here. Little tech pause that we're going to have to chat through here, Shift. But
okay,
on the side of NBG right now, you got a lot of stall power towards B. Like, I'm not really loving the looks that we're seeing from ADG if they're looking for, you know, some sort of full-on B hit. I feel like you have, you know, a lot of the spacing can be broken up by those slows. I'm expecting a lot out of Spaz as well when it comes down to those paranoias have been just so potent in denying that front sight control from the attackers.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're going to start to figure out very rapidly here in these next couple of rounds what these two teams prefer to find, not just in tempo, but also just in like design. You know, I feel like for ADG, kind of reflecting back to what they were doing in map 1, not that you can really compare a bits and split fully, but just kind of talking about the presence that they're able to establish. I think especially with the Waylay and seeing if you can create some defensive focus that has to be respected. I feel like that's going to be kind of the moniker that you feel like ADG is going to try to rely on. You know, T-Dog throws out a dog or a bird, and then you try to dash behind that and see if you can get NBG to bite on it, and then ADG make their play. But so far, I would say, like, especially looking at their defensive start, it felt like they were trying to get early first blood battles on their terms. So maybe that can be a creation of that, and we can see that come through to fruition. Or otherwise, if NBG can, you know, just shut things down, slow things down with this operator, that puts pressure just on the scoreboard for ADG to have to find success. So I feel like that's kind of like 6 of one, half a dozen of another. Can ADG use that Waylay to get space and create some defensive uncomfortability with an op, or can Son of Car slow things down, find opening picks, and have ADG looking to hit more heavy-handed? This is going to be an interesting battle.
Yeah, I think the way that ADG likes to play, you're talking about how the dynamic works, especially up against the composition there of NBG, makes it a little bit harder for ADG to play their game of, you know, you're expecting Hugh to be that tip of the spear, chaotic, looking to set him up a little bit more and have the rest of the team follow. That's just, it gets broken apart with how much stall ability or how much reactive utility NBG can pull out in response there. For everybody at home, we're just waiting on a mouse to come back up online for one of the players, so please bear with us on that as we wait for the players to all get back into lobby here. Overall, though, I think taking a look at that ults economy here too, there is a world where T-Dog could get the Seekers online into this round, depending on how they look to play. We'll see if they do aim for a bit of that orb control on the extremities, depending on what the game plan here is for round 16 for ADG.
Indeed. Okay, tech pause over. Let's get back into the action. Charge your mice, friends. Very simple to do. But for ADG, looks like there's going to be an opportunity to possibly put some pressure on a B main early. They'll disregard the opening utility from the defense of the slow orb smoke combo. So that's already kind of one step of Nightblood setup. Bailed out on. There's the dash for Hugh, able to get some stuns in. Now an opportunity to follow behind that for Chaotic. The first one is good. Paranoia comes across the site, but Chaotic is able to get out of there, and Bones is able to follow up. So really good setup plan here for ADG. First kills are theirs. B Tower's also being battled with, and this post plan's going to be hard to break.
That saturates just such a big difference maker there for the side of ADG as well from Hugh. It just denies that ability to react as quickly as possible for the backside players of NBG now. We got a retake that it should feel near impossible, especially with that op. I would just be expecting Practo to maybe try and pick that up if given the opportunity and try to go for the save.
Well, Practo's going to get a freebie, has the op, and will pull it off for the save. It's like you've casted Valorant once or twice there, Ash. So 9-7 the call now for ADG, and the other side of this, you kind of look at what's to come. You talked about the Seekers was a couple away for T-Dog. That's now going to be an imminent threat as you start to consider things like save rounds versus half purchase if NBG decide to fully invest in this one. Spaz will be a little bit low on that eco chart, but I don't know. This feels like a very critical round 17 upcoming right now for both these two teams. Again, just kind of talking about how the map and this half in particular is starting to frame up, but I don't know. There's a lot of investment from ADG into what they're doing early to disrespect this NBG utility, and if they can't find a way to create some respect, this could get out of hand maybe quickly.
I think something that I'm struggling with a little bit here too is I feel like we did see some good impact out of Fireball ops on the attacking side with some of those slows trying to deny some space. A bit of a deeper slow to come out this time around, but it doesn't feel like the Sage utility is hitting as well as I would like it to on defense with how quickly ADG are able to just bypass that util when it is being invested into those mains much deeper. Now you see ADG kind of cutting noise, slowing things down, revealing a bit of that utility now towards the mid, some conditioning that we've seen ADG kind of doing for the past couple rounds or so. But NBG have also invested a Trailblazer of their own over towards that A side to post Carson up onto the angle and also find that nobody is home on the right side of the map.
Yeah. Well, the setup looks like it's going to lead to an execute. Chaotic has gotten into sight. There's the dashes from Hugh, and NBG are receiving it really nicely. Timing of that execute looked a little bit wonky. I think mostly in particular, Chaotic and Hugh both commit together, but then they just don't. It didn't look like they know which gunfights they were anticipating. So now it's just down to Bones, and well, maybe an opportunity to isolate one more, but yeah, I don't know. That didn't really feel as synchronized as we've normally seen from ADG's duelists.
And I think the Sage utility that I had been talking about just like at the beginning of that round, the adjustments that I was looking for also came through there for Fireball. Not having him play as passively towards backside, being a little bit more proactive with that util. The timing of the wall going up, I think, was also such a difference maker in how comfortable ADG ended up ultimately feeling in that initial execution paired with the information that they're able to find over towards A main.
All right, here's a full stack up at A. Again, limited purchase. Sacred does only have a pistol, but everyone else has got rifles, and Sacred's position, he will be behind this play, so would pick up the weapon of any fallen comrades. Trailblazer on the defensive side is well timed, gives you a reveal, but Son of Kara is going to have to commit and not able to hit the first shot. Monzi will fall, the only defender inside the site now gone. Spaz responds, limits the numbers to a 4v4, but is kept off the angle it screens while the spike is planted. Here we go.
It's so hard to have just a solo defender on the back side of A. It's so easy for the attackers to get that collapse down on you. Got two players holding down main here in the post plant for ADG, making it a lot more difficult for Practo to reclear.
Oh, but Practo, I was going to say, he was in a position to try to respond to this, but meanwhile, the retake from the front is already on the way, and it's just not finding much. Fireball has found one, has a resurrection available. There are a couple of players nearby that you could try to bring back to life, but that shot from T-Dog now has him down to critical health. Not a lot of time to play with, and Fireball cannot go anywhere. 10-8 to count ADG with a big round there in 18. Now has Nightblood scrambling a touch.
It's been a lot less of a streaky half, though. We've just seen ADG and NBG trading rounds back and forth. A lot of ultimates online for the defenders this time. We got those Buckies. We saw what happened in the first half. You definitely cannot count them out in that regard here on Split. Especially when you've also got that pit available here. If Practo opts to look to invest that over towards the mid side.
Poison orb emitting. Top poisons off.
Whoa, no. Big shot from Sacred.
That was nice, dude.
Yeah. Because for Nightblood, they're just trying to get a little bit forward, see if they can use numbers to bully somebody at A main, but instead that play goes awry, and now it's just a huge numbers and weapon advantage for ADG. Defense is still in position to try to read this behind the wall, which is broken. The dog will go through it. Fireball's trying to hide the fact that he's got a shotgun, but chaotic. Flash comes through. Wait, hold on. Fireball not fully affected by that. Monzi catches one more, but ADG eventually get the kills that they need to jump onto site and force a plant.
Oh, Practo snuck onto site though. Elbow control, but they're playing so far back. Only a bit of chip damage that he's going to be able to do here. Now to hide in the smoke. Shouldn't be able to get out.
We've seen crazier things happen, but no, not committing for the plant. We're just going to play for the elims for now. Smoke out once more. Practo trying to utilize that. Another shoulder comes out that has Spaz down and out, and then Bones, yeah, respects the fact that the shotgun to the corner is still in play. So 11-8, and now a must-win round coming out for Nightblood.
Absolutely. Especially with the amount of ultimates they can invest into this one here as well. ADG. Just really understanding the conditions there for NBG. The weaponry that they had to work with, repositioning, taking that moment to pause, not try and force that plant, knowing that NBG were going to try and continue to close the gap so that those shotguns could be as powerful as possible. Now, timeout to be called here from NBG because of how quintessential this round is that you were talking about, Shift. And on the ADG side, they've got some major ults to work with here as well. Chaotic has always done such a good job scouting when it comes down to that dimensional drift and how that can change the game plan there for how ADG are looking to get those hits underway. And for NBG, it's all about that response. It feels like a lot of those rounds that you were saying were getting a little bit more chaotic. They just weren't reacting fast enough. And granted, sometimes it was because, you know, the saturate coming out from Hugh, you can't throw that utility nearly as quickly as you would like. But it's all about those little adjustments when it comes down to positioning so you don't get caught out.
All right. Lean forward a little bit, friends. We've got an explosive round on the way. Could determine this series and maybe the future of what happens for ADG riding the hot wave, whereas for Nightblood, well, you know what happens with the group stage coming close to an end here. Dimensional drift for ADG immediately with this little extra dash into mid. Practo will be read ahead. Oh, ADG still able to find first blood. Practo just could not get away. So it's essentially just a dimensional drift for the first blood. And now you have to respect the position. And beyond that, Chaotic really doesn't have to do much besides stay here because the defense just cannot rotate over to A. Should be a plant. Chaotic has done his job.
Resurrection underway here as well. For ADG, they have a lot of space that they can work with, though. That Viper's pick gonna make it that much more uncomfortable to try and retake through screens. And then you look at that A main control that's had here by ADG as well.
Well, here's the paths from Son of Kar. Convergence on the way in, but dashes right into Sacred, who's gotten himself some space. The snake bite landing, finding a little bit of vulnerability, but Nightblood able to bounce back to the 2v2. Smoke integrity falling a touch, though, as the defense have gotten into the site and beyond that in through the smoke, but Sacred's found different smoke to work with. Practo in the corner, trying to work the shoulder, finds the first, but Bones can just sit here and wait. Has a perfect post plant set up, and ADG are on match point.
Yeah, just not expecting Bones to be in that position when Heaven was already re-cleared by ADG so much earlier, but really nicely done in the post plant there from Azure Dragon Gaming. Nightblood, though, they still got a couple rounds to work with here to try and take us to an overtime. Again, this is an elimination matchup within the Swiss stage of VCL. Winner doesn't qualify to playoffs just yet, but they're just still trying to keep themselves alive for this next week.
Well, you've got ults to play with here if you're Nightblood, but none of them, I would say, are round-defining. In terms of potential win condition, you're going to drop the Viper's Pit early at mid. This is pretty standard, of course. Practo's going to hold that with a judge. You have another in the hands of Fireball and a stinger for Monzi, who's got Seekers to work with as maybe a reactionary measure or potentially to call them on the backside of intel at A ramps. Maybe you can try to overwhelm here. But instead, the position is secured by a barrier orb, which will be broken, and we'll get the last 60 seconds with focus of Spike largely leaning B.
That is really important information that Spaz was able to garner towards B as well, like you were just talking about. Just being aware of the fact that there was presence of multiple players on the left side of the map. The Seekers are going to chase ADG quite far and deep. So you see the rotation being pulled here, fireball off, being called back over towards that B side.
Well, honestly, this is good mind games for ADG. They let those Seekers come around, the defense rotates. Now you've got to fake execute to B behind Chaotic. But Hugh, meanwhile, has dropped on the other side. And Son of Cars continuing to hold this position at ramps. This is massive with only 20 seconds on the clock. Bones is going to try to swing this spike back, but you got to go through the pit. And the problem with that is you can't get through the pit, and they're not even going to bother. ADG is going to save out what they have. And that is a absolutely instrumental moment from Son of Car to hold his ground in the face of the misinformation game trying to be thrown around by ADG.
And you can see how NBG, they have a better read on that, right? Monsi understanding, okay, this is how ADG likes to play. They like to go and throw in those double fake rounds here and there. It happened on Abyss. They're saying we're not going to fall to that again. Timeout to be called for ADG because for them, they want to close this out now. Have a clean 2-0 to secure them at a 3-3. They don't want to take that risk of going to Corrode, where honestly, NBG have been looking pretty dangerous on the potential last map of the series.
Well, key round here, of course. Economy is not, I would say, super fragile for ADG, but you drop this one and NBG get to 10, it starts to shift the touch. The bigger issue, though, I think for Nightblood in this timeout, what they needed to conversate about, or converse about, conversate's not a word, converse about is like, how do we use these judges and stingers or SMGs in general to still be a defensive mechanism that we can get impact on the map? And so you're picturing things like that A ramp setup that we had from a couple of rounds ago. You're picturing things like maybe an overinvestment up top at B tower. Like, what can you do to try to get the map into your control in the hand of having lesser weapons here to give yourselves a chance to extend towards overtime, knowing you've got really no ultimates that between now and round 24?
It'll be interesting to see how they look to adjust. I think that for NBG overall, the mid-hold has looked a little bit weaker. And when I say that, I just mean, you know, they usually are only investing one player over towards mid. It's usually just Prakto holding that down on his own, very much so trusting in the cycling of those smokes. But a lot of those, you know, crunches that we've seen coming through, T-Dog has consistently been conditioning the flash over towards mid, re-clearing that space, just making it really uncomfortable for anyone in NBG to even walk out if they did want to do like a walk down play. And I think that's kind of the hard part is ADG, they don't mind playing a lot of those slower rounds to start pulling out a lot of that defensive utility out from NBG a bit earlier on, forcing them to invest so they don't have as much to answer back with when they want to go for those hits, and then throwing in those high fast tempo rounds in here and there, and it making it a lot harder for NBG to get a really good read on how ADG are trying to approach that particular round because the calling has been so dynamic.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you on that. Well, got a little bit of a fake out. Thought we were about to end this technical pause. Not the case. A little bit of extra time to sit and consider. I just have to feel like if you're ADG right now, you've done so well at getting on site with numbers and really making sure that Nightblood, who've tried to really, I will say, like, Nightblood have tried to contest, I feel like, from the get-go and not invest as much into post-plant situations like we had seen from map number 1. Does that focus maybe need to change? Obviously, it probably wouldn't, you know, in this round considering the weapons, but is that something that would have to essentially change if you get to 10 here and need to try to maybe stay a little bit more stable in the ability to contest the post-plant? Because ADG have gotten some really good openings in the first 45 seconds of these rounds.
Yeah, I think it's definitely tough because their comp isn't exactly built for the retake either. I don't think they're playing it wrong by any means.
That's not good. Son of Car, who is so critical in the last round, will drop first, and Hugh will just dive on in to find Monzi, who has had a bit of a stinker here at map number 2. And that may be the end.
It definitely might be. It's such a good micro adjustment as well, like throwing that smoke down a little bit later, knowing that they wanted to go for the peak on whoever could be on top of Raptors, and now Fireball Ops. You have to constantly worry about 2 players over towards main. Sacred always shows first, and then it's Bones to follow late.
Well, here comes the mad dash. Spaz Practo both hurt, both dealt with ADG. Get a 2-0 victory, and that is a surprise, I think, to all of us. Just due to the nature of our predictions, but I would have had feelings that for Nightblood, looking at the series layout, seeing how they had an advantage in map number 1 to steal away ADG's pick, that this would at worst go 3, but Azure Dragon pay off with the comeback effort at map number 1, and maybe even more importantly here is they stop that very quick aggression that Nightblood loved to play with on the offensive side on split. And from there, the faltered nature of Nightblood defensively continues to be an issue, and Azure Dragon reaped the benefit of it.
Yeah, the adjustments, I think, for ADG just looked a bit more comfortable on their side. It was still a close series by all means, despite it being a 2-0. You consider the fact that both maps went to that 6-6 in that first half. And overall, I know that we did have a clean sweep for Nightblood Gaming on the desk. Unfortunately, we are going to have to say goodbye to them today for the Swiss stage and see them in split 2. But overall, I think ADG, they had just some really great hero moments, like a lot of impact out of players like Bones and Sacred, and the calling, just the reactions were so good in comparison.
I will say the way that that map came out for Azure Dragon was not at all how I would have figured considering the composition that they played. But like you said, hero moments come through in a major way on really both the 2 maps that we had. Azure Dragon 1 step closer to potentially finding themselves in a playoff situation. Nightblood eliminated, and we still have another match of full Valorant to come. So stick with us. We'll head to a break. Desk back with us out of the backside. Don't go far.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
round's gonna be big, and bodies, well, if they need it. Only a scuffle, so pit. Good sound, Renz. Oh, the high-low. There it is. Oh, and even more than that, Zorota. Dimensional drip from Tanza. He's gonna know what you're planning, what you think before you've even executed. And the real executioners are sleepers.
Well, Azure Dragon Gaming keeps their VCL dreams alive, and we say goodbye to Nightblood Gaming. Welcome back to VALORANT Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Roy and Emily on the desk. And it was close, it was nail-bitey, but eventually the caster curse came through, Roy, and we came through with a ADG 2-0 win.
Yes, and I would like to formally apologize to NBG for the curse. I think I saw, as soon as I saw the predictions and saw all 5 of us, I kind of just called it, I think, if I recall. I think I said 2-0 ADG.
Did, yep. You did.
Yeah,
you did.
It was just the most obvious thing, even without the hindsight, honestly. But, you know, the ADG played well, and I kind of like this. And I think a lot of things that needed to go their way went their way, and it made this win a little bit easier, like 4 out of 4 for pistols. They also got the bonus on the last round. A lot of these rounds, statistically speaking, if you win both pistols and a bonus, like, your chances of winning the map goes up so much. And although NBG did look pretty good on the gun rounds, they just sometimes, they just didn't have enough rounds to play with.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely didn't go down without a fight here, especially in that first half, kind of switching things up. We saw them find a success, actually. One of their first rounds that they won was by a super aggressive play rather than kind of playing slow and playing into ADG, because they did start to kind of pick them off there. But then in that second half, like, ADG was just like kind of steamrolling there, and it was really hard just for them to kind of have an answer to find a way to stop them. Even when they tried to aggress, they found some success, but then in that later round, ADG was just so good at getting those trades that they just didn't have an answer to it.
And it felt like whenever ADG also like got on sites or they were initiating retakes, if they weren't interrupted, it felt so well constructed. Like it seemed like all of them were pretty locked in. They were on the same page, and a lot of like the X Factor plays were like perfectly timed by them as well. Like the flash peeks by Chaotic, or like Hugh swinging off contact. Like a lot of the the chaos that they needed to create was so well timed and so well coordinated for ADG. It's a very deserved win.
Something I'm going to ask you, Emily, is that we saw Nightblood Gaming change their comps for both maps, correct? We saw kind of this shift, but ADG did not change their comps. Was it a failure of Nightblood Gaming's comp? Was it not use their potential? Did you like the old comps more?
No, I think at this point, since they are like they were one match away from elimination, they want to try and do whatever they can, whatever changes they need to make to try and find success, because before they were struggling a little bit, right? And while it's like a high risk, high reward thing, if they felt confident in playing into their comfort picks, I don't think it's that crazy to do, even if they don't have as many reps as they had with the last comps, because at the end of the day, you gotta try something different if what you're doing is not already working.
Yeah, and here, Roy, we saw 11 first kills on either side. I think you talked about, or was it Emily? We talked about that Sage Fireball ops, coming to the front. But we highlighted Chaotic in our pre-show and going 25 and 15. Roy, 316 ACS.
Yeah, this is, are any of us surprised, really?
No,
that's something light.
Okay.
Not
just
a
wanted to
single
double check
part of me
before I went
surprised.
on my, just figured. Yeah, just wanted to double check before I went on my tangent. Yeah, I want to touch on the team because I think we're going to get into Chaotic specifically here shortly, but I do want to talk about ADG's new form. I want to talk about, how well it seems like this new identity fits them, and kind of specifically about the tempo control and a lot of their ideas. And it feels like they found their imprint in the meta, and they found the way to like control the tempo and play Valorant at their own pace. And it seems to be working extremely well for them. But I will say the fact that a lot of these pistols are going their way, you obviously cannot count on that to be happening for you every single time. And when it comes to, like they also want a thrifty on this map as well. That's just so many rounds that have swung in their favor. Then obviously for NBG, we kind of came into this match. We talked about how close a lot of these games were. And it feels like NBG was just so close, but just never found the cigar.
And I'm glad you brought up the fact we're going to highlight Chaotic, because we highlighted him during the pre-show, as I said, and we are going to highlight him again here and now, and for good reason, Emily. This is someone, we told the audience to watch out for him. We told them, this is going to be, an incredible, consistent duelist, and it's exactly what we got today.
Yeah, I mean, 316 ACS, something light, just another
Might
day
work.
for him.
Might work.
But when we saw what he was actually able to do, especially in that second half, like being able to support and follow up his waylay, giving her the flashes that she needed to kind of get that space, and then following up, capitalizing on those kills, not allowing the team NBG to kind of have success on the retakes. We saw him continue to try and take some space, get that number advantage before kind of playing a little bit back here. And even on their defensive half, just getting so much value out of the off and space in those extremities. Even when, you know, we saw NBG kind of shift focus away from that towards mid, he abused that. He constantly found like gaps in their attack. And I mean, look at this pistol, bro. I remember seeing that live. I was like, what the heck was that 1v3? Oh my god.
Yeah, the one pistol that NBG could have won, Chaotic just completely stole it from them. And I feel like this team, it's kind of fortunate for them because the meta is sort of shifting into their favor, right? Where like we're seeing the meta speed up a lot, and we're going heavily into a double duelist meta, and it's working for a lot of these teams. I mean, even G2 is speeding things up. Like it seems like the teams that can play this accelerated pace, this explosive style, they seem to be the ones finding the most value. And it feels like ADG is playing into that, and it's kind of just working in their favor. And you know, they have Chaotic, they have Hugh, who are both, you know, they're feeling it right now, and things just look good for ADG.
You know who also ADG has? They have T-Dog, who is here for our post-match interview. Come to the front, Mr. Dog, sir. Hello, how are you? Congratulations.
I'm doing good. I appreciate it. Thank you.
The streets were saying you were asked to be interviewed last week as well, and I wanted to bring you back because I wanted to kind of get your view as an IGL. You guys have been kind of staring down the barrel of elimination, kind of this do or die situation. Has there been any difference in kind of like thoughts, feeling, vibe, and change with the team when you face elimination? Do you see that as a leader, or is it kind of just business as usual for ADG?
Well, at the start, it felt like we were just going through what normal, you know, new teams go through, where we didn't have a crazy amount of time in the off season in terms of just like building and practicing. We're like competing in like a lot of tournaments, sometimes with like fills and stuff like that. But when we went down 0-2, it just felt like we weren't playing our game at all. It felt like we weren't confident, and we had a tough team talk, to be honest, about a lot of just like, you had to be transparent, had to be honest, and we hashed out a lot of stuff, and that helped a lot. And after that happened, we have been, you know, looking much better. So we kind of just like got over those like initial jitters of just like playing together and just like competing, and you know, we're full confidence.
I mean, when you say our game, to be blunt with you, I think a lot of players say we didn't play our game, or we're just going to play our game. I would love for you to be specific about that. You know, what is the identity of ADG? How do you see as the leader how ADG operates, and how what your game is?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're just like a really good team to define as just like X Factor players. Any single person on this team can have a crazy round. It could be me in a clutch or me making a call. It could be any four of my players acing you at any point in time. So when there are gaps in how people are playing, when we have good micro ideas on how we can abuse somebody, we're just going to do it. And we're just going to punch you in the face over and over and over again. And, you know, over time, you're just going to, you know, lose sight and lose blood. And usually you'll just lose.
Obviously, you have staved off elimination for now, but moving forward, you know, the job's not done. I'd love to see from you what you think is, you know, ADG's, beyond what you've just said, their biggest strength. Because yes, you can be clutch. Yes, you know, you have a good micro reads. But what is something that you think teams fear about you moving forward?
I think a lot of people read off of a page, and I think that they don't know how to solve problems on the fly, and they don't know how to pick up on things to help them in the middle of the game. They rely off of that page, they rely on the VOD review, and all five of us can make adjustments on the fly, and we can come up with things to do. We can, you know, change how an exec works. We can change how a default works, and I think that's a huge strength with within all of us, is that individualism that just pushes you over to get these round wins. And it just makes the game like easy to play, to be honest.
Well, congratulations once again, 13-11, 13-9. I'll let you go enjoy your win with your team.
I got one shout out if I could.
Oh, please.
I wanted to shout out a guy who showed up in the off season and subbed for our team over and over again. His name's Nabil. He just got unfortunately dropped from YFP Gaming a few days before Black History Month. So happy Black History Month to Nabil. I'm very sorry that you got cut from your team, and I hope the best for you, man. I know you're going to make a great comeback. Highest rated player in Stage 3 2024.
Earl, thank you so much. Travis, I'll let you on your way.
Appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Well, folks, we're going to take a bit of a break, but we have YFP versus Lions Guardians next, so stay right there. Well, folks, we are back from our break. It is YFP versus Alliance Guardian next. And this game, I mean, I'm going to go to you first, Emily, because this is kind of, you know, it could go, we'll talk about predictions later, but this is really kind of go either way, comme ci, comme ça. Is that the right way to say it in French? I don't know.
Comme ci, comme ça, something like that.
Something like that? I don't know. I'm the American. But this, I think, is something for our viewers to be very excited for, because this is kind of like the closest that you can get it, really.
Yeah, I mean, it is an elimination match. We just witnessed one, and I'm very excited to see how these two kind of go up against each other. I think, you know, they both have their strengths, and I don't think that they go well with each other. Like, I think they're actually quite the opposite of each other, and we'll get into that in a little bit. But that's why I just feel like this could be a quick 2-0 for me. To be completely honest, I feel like just with how these two teams play, they don't work together. It's not something that, like, I don't know, they just combat each other very well, I guess.
That is completely fair. I think if there's going to be an elimination match, I think there's really nothing better than YFP versus Lions Guardians kind of facing each other. These opposite kind of, you know, fire and water, if you will. I'm trying to find analogies today, and that's not really working. English is a hard language today.
English is a hard language. This is going to be a hard match, and these pictures are also quite hard. And this team is a hard team to play against. I think this team is... It's kind of hard for me to define it, but if I did have to define it, I would say that they have a very strong front line, and they have very strong, flexible and support players that are able to, one, enable the system, but also take over a lot of the macro ideas and be very vocal heavy when it comes to these micro situations. I feel like this team, once they're feeling it, once they're kind of in the flow, it feels like they're very difficult to play against. But when things break down, it feels like, you know, sometimes it slips through their hands and they're not able to quite get on the same page, and you know, they can't quite find their footing. But I feel like this team is not one to be slept on, and their strength can be quite high once they're feeling it.
Roy, you're so smart, because I completely agree with you. Like, when I watch the maps that they win, they're complete stomps. They thrive on momentum, and they're just such a force that it feels really hard for other teams to stop. But like in those close games, I feel like they don't thrive under that pressure. Like, they honestly, they start struggling a little bit there, and they kind of just fall apart and make a bunch of micro mistakes.
Well, you know, to be fair, sometimes pressure doesn't make diamonds, but at times, Emily, right? Sometimes you crumble under the pressure, excuse me. Other times it makes diamonds. But we wanted to highlight a player for YFP, and it is Stallion over here, Roy, with a 217.9 ACS.
And quite a fitting name for a support player who's putting the team on his back, shall I say. Yeah, I think one, very good support player. Two, very vocal heavy, and from what I hear from a lot of people in the scene is he's also a very vibes guy. He likes to kind of keep the energy up, keep the tempo up, and I feel like having these players on the team along with Darkest and along with some of these other people, it can be the difference maker. We've also, not only that, but we've seen him have impeccable utility throughout the season, and on top of that, his performance, statistically speaking, has been so good, and whenever the team needs that X-Factor player in the controller role, it's Stallion you're looking at.
Yeah, I feel like he has become kind of the rock for this team. I feel like there's never a time where he doesn't have an insane impact. And he's honestly sometimes even the win condition here, right? Especially like on Pearl or maps where that he can anchor really hard. He always gets multi-kills and insane value and insane trade-offs when he shouldn't. Like, teams are unable to kind of punish him or stop him when he gets started. And it just makes the game so much easier for his own team.
there's some like analogy in there somewhere about, you know, stallions being like, you know, one of the best horses you can get or something like that. I don't know. It might try to stop me from becoming a horse girl really early on. But they literally did. YFP and Stallion will be facing Alliance Guardians, excuse me, today. And again, Emily, you spoke about it. These are teams that have like two very different styles of playing. Atlas, swag. Atlas, sorry, I have to bring that up. This is if anything, everyone, like I said before, if anyone's going to face YFP, it's great that it's Alliance Guardians for the sake of the broadcast.
Yeah, I feel like they don't really have like one specific player that always shines. I feel like they constantly kind of swap out here and there who steps up for the team that day. And when they have, like when all the Infinity Stones are together and like the whole team is kind of on fire, they're kind of a force to be reckoned with. They don't need to have like crazy momentum. They're a team that I don't think needs to rely on momentum to win games. I think we've seen them come back from being down so far in rounds and end up closing out matches like that. And the fact that they're able to kind of have that resilience goes a long way.
Yeah, and I mean, another person we would like to highlight for the broadcast today is Riker, who has, again, I think I've said it before, the like actor style head job we got going on. And another person has a 217 ACS Roy, but this time 0.4.
Yeah, I think this guy might be an actor in the pick because he's putting on a clinic for all I can see right here,
nice
guys.
One. Good one.
Thank you so much. I just came up with that on the spot. Yeah, so I think this player has actually impressed me a lot. I feel like, you know, we've seen him play in the promo relegations before. I kind of knew what he like the potential that he had, but I feel like the consistency of how he's been performing for this team, and we talk about, like, you know, having performers on this roster. This is one of the people that has been consistently at the top of the leaderboard along with Atlas, right, and Poseidon. They've been the three horsemen of this roster. So for Riker, he's flexible, he's very aggressive, and he kind of knows where to find his space and where to make his individual imprint on the rounds.
Yeah, and I feel like when I see him play the way, like, he's not super flashy. He doesn't have to be super flashy, which I feel like, you know, a lot of these waylays kind of rely on. But I do think that when he is kind of struggling to find success playing a little bit more of a passive or contained waylay, he has the movement that can kind of change the whole game or change the whole round. I think when he doesn't get punished as often as I see other like super aggressive waylays, especially in challengers. Like I think he is almost has like a little bit of plot armor when it comes to him playing for his team. I don't know how else to word it, but I'm expecting to see something like that today.
I love that. I love seeing the
Oh, I know what you're trying to say, though.
Thank you. Wait, like, we suck at speaking today. It's our job. But we also wanted to highlight for our head-to-head Darkest and Snarly, the IGLs of either team, going up ahead once another with similar stats, Emily, but looking at Breach. If you're playing Breach in this meta, Emily, you are brave. But I love Breach, so I'm very happy that Darkest is playing Breach.
No, he's honestly an insane flex player. Like, not even just on the Breach, but we've seen him play the Viper, the Teo, the KO. And he's been super consistent across it. And I think he does such a good job on those initiator and kind of flex agents, especially when it comes to setting up his boy Herbza. Like, his utility usage is just insane. But I also love being able to see like a new play style on him when he goes to that Viper. He's really good at adapting in between maps when he has to. And that's quite impressive that he's able to kind of have that little switch going on so that he doesn't like randomly make weird plays on that Viper role where you have to play different, right?
Yeah, and I think Darkest has some of the best situational awareness in the league, honestly. His ability to control players around him, his ability to just rally the troops and get on the same page in like microseconds is actually really impressive. And kind of the same thing for Snarly, right? Where he's taken on the IGL role. He's taken on so much of the team's taxes. And I feel like when it comes down to the performances, yeah, statistically, Snarly might not be the highest stat player in the league, but I feel like the way that Alliance Guardians have been playing, and when you see the kind of performances that they're putting up against teams that we consider to be overdog compared to Alliance Guardians, feels like Snarly's calling to a level that's almost equal. Like he's up there in terms of, you know, the macro ideas and in terms of the team identity, and so a lot of respect for him. Shout out.
Yeah, you know, like you said, he might not always be like up there scoreboard or stats wise, but we can't overlook his impact, right? His utility timing and his positioning. It never feels like he's wasting any utility, and he's always doing such a good job at calling plays around that, right? Like being that IGL and being able to kind of have that control within a round to set up the rest of your team to play it out. He does such a good job at that. And it's really impressive that he's able to kind of manage everything while also still like kind of performing there, right?
Well, folks, we'll be heading into our map selection. We're going to start on Pearl, Roy, then go to Corrode, and ending on Split, with YFP picking Pearl first.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to see the Pearl pick from YFP. They've looked great on the map, although they are 1-1 on it. I still feel like the Waylay and the KO works extremely well for them. The roles are very comfortable, and I feel like their relative strength on defense or offense is kind of balanced. So it's not really a big deal which side they get. So I'm not surprised to see the Pearl come out here.
Yes, and honestly, Emily, with the Crowd and Split, I think these maps are like cinematic, if you're being honest, Emily. Like talk about to me about the Corrode pick for Alliance Guardians.
Honestly, I'm excited to see it. Like, I think that having Snarly being on that initiator role, I think it could be a brawling map. I'm kind of looking more towards Split for that. But for Corrode, I think we're gonna see a lot more new ideas coming in.
And we also have our predictions, and I hesitate to throw them on the screen. I genuinely do, because last time we did this, as in a few hours ago, we cursed Nightblood Gaming, so a preemptive apology to YFP if we once again have cast or cursed you guys. But I think, something to say that we could, all believe in the YFP, if you will. But Alliance Guardians, again, kind of the opposite style, the way they play the game absolutely could be taking it. And we are going to be heading into agent selection. We got to go. We have places to be, people to see, and we see Ferbsa on that Waylay, but Riker on that Phoenix, Emily.
I saw Phoenix get picked by G2 last weekend, and yeah, that shocked me. Murda was right. I hate that, but it worked for them, so why couldn't it work here? I think seeing Riker on that Phoenix role and seeing how they're kind of going to play around that, because they don't have a heavy movement agent anymore, taking away from a Jet, taking away from a Waylay, but it's still possible. And I'm excited to see what he ends up doing here.
And I want to see YFP put a stop to the Phoenix orb farming, right? Because you don't want the Phoenix to just constantly get the ult up. Like if they're ult cycling between the Phoenix and between the Yoru, this attack half could be very slippery. So I feel like YFP needs to get ahead of that, deny some A space, fight for it, deny the ability for them to farm up the Phoenix ult and have a game plan on the other side. The last thing you want is for Alliance Guardians to get up to your territory and flash through smokes, pop out. It's a very explosive comp. It might not have a lot of traversal ability, but when it comes to brute forcing through smokes, brute forcing through choke points, it's got everything it needs.
Riker had a +15 Jojmo to watch on the Phoenix on Pearl, but YFP could shut it down. Ash and Shift, the game is in your hands. Please take it away.
Sounds good. I'm all here for the caster cursing, by the way. It's just one of those energy things that just seems to take over the universe at times. But for YFP, it's been an interesting journey so far throughout their season. It just feels like when we first saw them kind of get into the opening matches that we were going to get a YFP team after they really kind of hit the gas against Rose, that they were going to really take over. But then a battle versus EG Academy had us kind of reevaluating. It's just been kind of like a lot of other squads, very back and forth, kind of here and there, not as convincing as you would like to see from a squad that had high expectations coming in. Whereas for Alliance Guardians, kind of a heck of a debut, honestly, here, Ash. And I think they should feel proud about what they've been able to do to this point. But the pressure's on now. No more feeling things out. You got to convert.
Certainly, and I think that's been so much of the conversation around the first split, right? Is the idea of, okay, a lot of these rosters coming together ahead of split one, getting that time to gel and figuring things out, but now being so late into the Swiss stage, that's where the expectations are set for those kinks to have been worked out at this point, especially in an elimination matchup, right? I think Roy hit the nail on the head, though, with what I'm going to be expecting out from YFP, that it focused over towards the extremities, especially over towards A main, denying Riker from looking to continue to cycle that ultimate up constantly, because that's such a big part of the game plan when you are running that Phoenix composition, is just trying to get that run it back online as often as possible. So I'm going to be very interested to see how YFP look to combat that, if that's something that they will even be focused on here. I know that for certain, Ferbsa on the defense on that Waylay, you're expecting him to go for some of those earlier engagements. So that's who my eyes will be on the side of YFP, looking to combat a little bit of that space. But at the same time, Alliance Guardians, you could say that they would expect that response coming out from them, right? Knowing what those win and loss conditions are for certain goals in these rounds, especially when it comes down to those orbs.
Yeah, it just feels like for Alliance Guardians, you could categorize this offensive half as go, 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 go. Like, just as soon as the execute hits, you've got to go quickly. Because, candidly speaking, just playing off the Astra from the sole controller standpoint, but also looking at a fade that doesn't necessarily guarantee you information gathering, it just feels like you have to find first blood quickly, you need to take space quickly, and you have to hope that YFP just don't ever really find an opportunity to get a clean retake underway. So we'll see what we get in terms of that opening narrative. Is it just going to be AXG playing off of that, okay, we've got contact, let's hit, or is it going to be feel things out, hit somewhere else? And that seems to be the case here early, but YFP initiation comes through, they find first blood, and they're going to play retake on A from a different angle.
Yeah, very happy to flip the site here as well, right? Get that spike initiated towards backside. They don't know how many players are in A main. They know at minimum 2 to 3, but all 4 on the side of YFP.
Well, good eliminations here on the post plant. Stallion barely alive. Tuzi taking some fire damage, but still alive for now. Not a lot of healing for Riker there, so it has Tuzi set up and ready to go. Opportunity to play off of the spike for YFP, but Poseidon playing down low has no problem dealing with everything on site, and it's a really solid start here for the offense.
Yeah, I really like that site flip coming through. Just knowing that they could try and isolate a potential 1 to 2 players into CT and make sure that that trade comes in so that they can focus back in on the flood that's coming from the front side of A. For Alliance Guardians now, they've got quite the hefty anti-eco heading into the second round. YFP, though, I'm curious to see what the eco play is going to be. Are we going to look for like more of like a death ball moment? Does seem to be the case over towards B. Unfortunately, nobody will be home. There is that opportunity to try and isolate Slammed here once again, just holding very deep here with the Guardian.
Yeah, but that Guardian will be revealed. YFP saying we maybe challenge this due to its rifling nature of being a single tap weapon. But you can see on the minimap, on the other side of the map, the spike is already being planted, and YFP just have a continual issue trying to track down this Guardian. But, whoa, those are impressive shots from Jack. It maybe gives you some cause for concern on the Alliance setup, but a lot of this is going to come down to, can you actually isolate this dual setup at heart? And Jack has no way to respond to that, and that will be the round. AXG will get their second with a little bit of punish, but they should be okay.
Yeah, overall pretty comfortable. I don't think he's going to be able to get much more there. No, just be another orb there for Atlas cycling into that dimensional drift there on the side of Alliance Guardians. Nice play, at the very least, to try and get some of those weapons out of the Alliance Guardians' hands there for YFP now. Taking a look at what we've got to work with on the bonus, still going to be really comfortable with the 2 rifles that were able to be carried over from that last round there for AXG. And with weapons in hand, much more standard looking defaults, right, for the defender side. And
yeah,
this is where Alliance Guardians are now going to start to, you know, contest that A main space a little bit more heavily, try to get those orbs up.
Yeah, you have to for the orbs, but also just to, again, keep YFP on their toes in terms of if there is an execute, where's it coming from, when is it coming, and how many, because you figure it's going to be at least 4 every single time with this comp. So Stallion's going to watch the crossover towards Link. That is way too free. Considering the nature of this comp, you just don't anticipate seeing just dry peaks like that, individual in nature. A little bit of pre-fire to the smoke also lands to catch Snarly. Slam makes it interesting in a 2v3, but that will have Tuzi looking to rotate over to give the numbers to YFP, trying to play a bit of early contest off that flash, plus the reveal. Fragment of the corner should hit some significant damage. And that will be enough to re-clear the site here. And Alliance gamers just need to win their gunfights now in really weird spots, and that will not happen. Good response here from YFP into AXG's bonus, but more importantly, they stop the plant so the eco can stabilize the touch.
Yeah, it's a nice recovery considering how that flood was incoming there from AXG as well. Just trying to get that plant secured and isolating a lot of those fights too. It got really awkward in towards the mid site with some of those positions from the side of YFP, but the adjustment gets made as necessary. Side of Alliance Guardians taking a visit outside of B with the pings going down. I think, yeah, looking for one of those B to mid splits here. I'm curious if it will be maybe like a dog through the smoke even further. No, it's just kind of setting up Poseidon for this lurk position while the spike looks to regroup B main.
Yeah, but this will be known by YFP. They get the double swing over towards A main. They clear that space out. There's a star to play off of for Stallion, so he's good there. Ferbsa is already thinking about rewrapping back over to mid to take Jack's position, you would figure. It just really comes down to what timing and what kind of contact YFP can get. Yeah, here through beating. That Cosmic Divide tells you everything you need to know. Suppression for YFP also confirms who and how many are here. And now it's just down to the question of how do you challenge this plant, if at all? And it looks like they're going to try to play full retake.
Yeah, no choice on that, right? It's so hard to even get the audio cue to know if that plant is going down. Nice flash, but Tuzi's still back here with the judge.
Can't find the players, though, backside at screens. And that will be enough for YFP to say, we've got no business being here. There's just no way you clear out the front and still get clearance to watch this post-plant clutch position all the way through the backside of B main. So figure this will be, can we catch an exit? Nope, we can't. We'll go ahead and save. And really solid start here from Alliance.
I mean, you gotta love having a Cosmic Divide on so early for that B execution, right? It just makes it so uncomfortable for YFP to try and push back in, especially once that Hall's control is seized by Alliance Guardians. It makes that retake just near impossible. I like the ideas that we're seeing from Alliance Guardians. You know, the inserts over towards mid there for Poseidon, something that for YFP, they're gonna have to continue to keep their eyes out for, seeing that chamber, trying to find any holes in the defense to thread the needle. The side of AXG. Pretty standard split overall. I think continuously looking to pressure over towards that A main side, always consistently forcing YFP to invest that utility into stalling that push a little longer.
Well, feels like a tempo change may be required here for YFP, and they're going to get that. At least off the waylay initially. Ferbsa decides to stay. No reason not to. Middle of the map is littered with defensive utilities, so you're feeling pretty comfortable if you're Tuzi playing with the Guardian in that position. And yeah, this is all reactive in terms of the defensive setup to AXG's tempo. I'm a bit surprised by that. I won't lie. Like, I would have figured that YFP in this round would try to play a little bit more contact heavy and try to at least contest some of these spaces, but they're feeling, I'm sure, very locked in, knowing that Ferbsa has got the space at B main that he does.
That's very true. That's a nice lineup as well to get that information over towards A. Now, the crunch impending here. There is a molly to delay in art at the very least, trying to kind of mess up the spacing here on the attack here for Alliance.
They also know the run it back's in play, so here comes the flash, but Stallion goes unnoticed and cancels out any further information in the backside of the site. The defense can now step in. Now we're playing contest. 4v4 on top of the site. Spike not planted yet. There's the toggle. YFP trying to stay alive inside of the pit. Ferbs is not going to elect to play off the flank and instead track back as the spike will be planted. And honestly, if you're YFP, you need these other defenders to come in quickly. I don't think they realize that Alliance gamers are just sitting outside of sight right now and they already have numbers.
Yeah, you have full art control here too. It's just such an awkward position.
Good molly, but Atlas still finds a 1-for-1 trade. Snarly deals with the rest. And yeah, I'm interested to see your take on that one, Ash. I'm surprised that YFP, with the election after the run it back fades to commit into sight, didn't call more defensive rotators in, because the defenders that commit to getting into sight are done stuck there. They don't have any more utility to play with to survive.
I think I will give them the fact that, you know, sometimes you also see like those fake plays coming in with the Phoenix, right? With that run it back, the fact that they are trying to go and pull one of those fake scenarios. And I guess for YFP, Darkest probably just didn't feel like they had enough information to commit a full rotation over to that side of the map. And granted, I think that's also, you know, part of the game plan with that Phoenix pick too. You kind of keep your opponent guessing with, is this going to be a proper commit or is this all of a distraction so that they can find a way to break through the defense on the other side of the map? YFP to call out this timeout, I'm sure a little bit of the discussion that's going to be had for how they want to be managing this defensive side, because right now I think knowing on the side of Alliance Guardians, they have 2 flash characters. You've got the Prowlers there for Snarly. They have so much utility that can fight for that extremity control. We've seen YFP for the last 5 rounds now, aside from the first pistol, just play it a lot more passive. They're playing a little bit more safe, giving a lot of respect over to Alliance Guardians, and I think that that is what is definitely going in favor of the attackers at the moment.
That's fair. I just figured, like, after that recommitment to get players back on site, plus you hear the spike being toggled, you would have gotten Ferbza to make a decision one way or the other. Same with Tuzi, but especially that late in the round. But discussion has been had. And now it's just down to how do we move from here, especially considering that the advantage is very significant, obviously, in this round, but also in the half right now for Alliance Guardians. So YFP will likely have to discuss, or that discussion rather will likely have to be regarding the rounds to follow, but no stone unturned here for Alliance Guardians. Going to commit the dimensional drift, just getting on site to make sure there's nothing crazy in their way. Night falls on the way out. Jackson ready from the first. Tuzi will drop. Atlas taking control of screens. Trying to drop in for the double peek was YFP, but they only go 1 for 1. Snarly's caught though. Hold on a second. Darkus able to provide another elimination. This makes things really interesting as Stallion now finds himself in a 1v1. Has a star in position. That'll be smoked. Stallion trying to find a weapon, but a couple of attacks of the pistol gonna work out. There's the shoulder. Slam. Guessing left or right. A little wiggle, a little wag, do a little dance, make a little love. It's Stallion for the thrifty. And oh no, Alliance Guardians crumbling in that round.
Really nicely done by YFP. The investment of the dimensional drift to up against the eco because they just wanted to ensure that there wasn't any sort of stack on site. But the flood was so fast out of the side of YFP. Those pistols, the swings that were coming in, just playing those numbers, just very nicely done.
Out of charges.
Alliance Guardians now. You go back to this 1-2-2 split. Again, looking to contest this A main kind of space.
Unreal.
Force that utility out early.
Scope will land. YFP starting to build now. Yeah, Ferbza connects the second time, and that pretty much puts the round out of question, you would think, with the amount of tools that are available. Unless Poseidon can do something equivalent to what we just watched.
Here.
I mean, on the side of YFP, it really would be up to them to be making some pretty grave mistakes, I feel like, for this round to slip out of their hands.
Well,
or Riker
right
could do
there.
that.
Maybe right there. So now the Nightfall on the defensive side for Jack. But honestly, Darkest really isn't in a far enough forward position to do much with this. They're going to know that one player is on site, but Snarly's fine being there. There's the fragment. Decent damage. Snarly flushed out and dealt with. Here's to run it back. Double flash for Riker. Doesn't find the isolated 1v1, so he'll return over to Poseidon's left hip. And that's really good when the null command shuts down the scope. You only have a Bucky left, which means, or pretty shorty left. They keep doing that. Means that now Poseidon has to try to stay alive, not going to work, and it gets tight, it gets a little nasty, but YFP still come away with the round.
Very nicely done there. Great micro coming out from Darkest in that moment as well. Just being able to hop, skip, jump away from that Phoenix ult that was looking to clear him out, and also ensure that it doesn't get any of the value that they were looking for. A great recovery there for YFP, considering how that round started and the fact that it went down to a 3v3 afterwards. Now, you've got an operator into the hands of Poseidon here as well. We're going to constantly, I think, look for that positioning over towards A main. You'll get the Prowler out from Snarly to try and set him up on that line while the rest of the team goes exploring towards mid.
Covering it.
A little bit of a standoff here on this cross, and that's Stallion nearly with the timing of those spam shots coming away with one, but Poseidon will now own the angle. That's your muse for your setup for Alliance Guardians, at least to show some force this direction. Prowler clears out mid, and yeah, I'm just interested to see if they're going to actually reflip this to B, and well, they might have to now that Poseidon's gone at A main.
It's a really nice re-clear coming out from YFP, actually, with that protocol. I'm expecting maybe some sort of push to come through on a flank, and now this is where things kind of get awkward with how Alliance Guardians have paused. Turret goes down. And so will Riker to this operator spotting over towards R. All these players are split up.
Secondary shot? No, not going to be pulled. And yes, this is a key potential 1v1 to determining what happens in this round. All about the timing. It also may determine on how significant this play from the front is. Will it pull attention enough? May not. The Jack finds one,
knife.
and the reveal is so clutch. But hello, Darkest, maybe not expecting the Atlas to commit through that. Gives a window for Alliance Guardians to try to play back over to B.
I don't know. You got 15 seconds left. Yeah, it's going to be a save coming through. But I like the idea at first. I think Alliance Guardians just pause for a smidge too long for YFP to then posture around that mid side to try and get the... Those are a lot of guns that fell a little unnecessarily, but like I was saying, it gave that YFP that opportunity to kind of posture around mid, look for those opportunities where Alliance Guardians were trying to thread that needle and just set up a little bit better in that kind of sense. But I do like the mid control that Alliance Guardians have been going for. You know, the pressure that they've put on YFP, it's been making it a little bit more awkward for some of the repositions that they're looking for overall. But the YFP after that pause, they're managing to now find a bit of momentum on their side.
Yeah, and I think the other part about that mid pressure that's being established is that as we get into the last couple of rounds here, it does open the door for Alliance Guardians to potentially just full flood on the extremities, knowing the defense has to do things like this. But Poseidon, hard scoped, not sure if he was watching that close angle, dealt with, and Darkest catches another. So a big moment here for YFP to be in a 5v3 very early on.
This link fight is going to be everything for the round here.
Wolferbs, no snap for the second. Numbers start to dwindle just a touch here, and honestly, yeah, if you're Tuesday, you've got a lockdown. You might as well back off and just play for that if you want to. Take the fight on your terms.
You got the molly to delay any push as well. Trying to clear that out. Really nice reposition here.
Well, he's got the sound cues. Decision time. Tuesday not going to swing. Not initially, but just before the spike would have been planted. Now it's just down to slammed. 1v3 is considering an exit back over to the defensive spawn. Won't have time to get all the way to A, and this may just lead us to believe he's playing for a save.
Still trying to sprint on over. I mean,
it's going to be close.
I don't think there is time even. Actually, knife out just at the edge of the backside. You can get that plant secured. I do like the re-clear over towards CT too, because there was a confirmation of there being two players there. I don't think he expects this A main wrap so quickly coming in from Stallion though, and it's not going to be the case. Really nice rotation here. YFP up to 5.
Okay. Nice little bounce back here for YFP. And again, I'm just a little surprised that for Alliance Guardians, we really haven't seen these aggressive double duelist hits that lead to scaling deep into sites. I mean, again, like you talked about, like there has been a lot of manipulation and this kind of battle to put some control over to the middle of the map, which I think is respectable because like we mentioned, like if you are going to start full flooding with these double duelists, you want the defense to be a little bit thinner so you can get deep into the site. But Alliance Guardians just really have not hit this A site to the same effect that they had in the first 5 rounds, honestly. So there's a little bit of puzzling nature in that, and AXG will take the timeout.
Yeah, I feel like we have seen Riker throw, I think it was 2 run it backs so far, but not really prioritizing getting that ultimate online on the side of Alliance Guardians as often as you would necessarily expect when you are running this composition. But again, could be some of those mind games, you know, that understanding of knowing, okay, YFP are probably going to look to contest some of that space. They have been pulling out a lot of that utility, but it's been a lot more about trying to get Poseidon inserted on that side of the map, being that kind of sole presence while the rest of the team works over towards that mid side to try and find an opportunity for him to walk up for those openings, and just hasn't been panning out in the favor of Alliance Guardians.
No.
So YFP's responses have been really good, and they're just very aware of the goalposts there for Alliance Guardians in that early round.
I like that. I like the talk narrative about like what those goalposts look like, what exactly they need to do without getting too cute or getting too over aggressive. It's like drawing the line in the sand in the right spot in terms of what you're going to allow AXG to get away with versus what you actually want to contest. So I like that call. Shifting the goalposts around just a touch. We've got some potential action here at A main with stars placed on both sides, but the knife reveals that there are 3, and that will be enough to say, okay, once again, we'll just kind of hold this line. Gets a little bit close through the wall there onto Darkus, but everyone is fine, and we'll continue with the 5v5.
Prowler actually doesn't spot Poseidon out over in mid. Still does have that turret bottom B link there for Tuzi, and that lockdown that we had talked about previously. I think that's why we see Tuzi holding on to that Hall's control. Look at this comfortable stack from YFP over towards the A side.
Dashing through. Ferb sub, what? I mean, in the face of the hot hand, still gets 2. So that's another one of those moments that it's just AXG are not allowed to get the stack that they want, because as soon as YFP recognize where the threat is, they challenge it, they back off, they come away with a couple, and now the high-low setup works out as Ferb says, possibly built towards the ace.
Yeah, not much Slam can do in this situation, but you kind of have to expect things like that from Ferbza, right? Like, if you know the way that he likes to play, he's a very in-your-face kind of duelist and will not back down from a fight at times too, and it works out in his favor when he takes a lot of those risks, like in those moments, because his mechanics are so clean. But a tough round there, I think, for Alliance Guardians to have fall apart, especially after, you know, calling a timeout, having a discussion of, okay, what are the adjustments that we want to make here? It was a good play to throw down the hot hands, but you're not going to expect someone, like you said, Shift, to be disrespecting it to that level.
So round 11, economy's a bit crippled, and that is just one of those plays, man, that you just, like you said, everything utility-wise was meant to go that direction, doesn't fully work out. So eco is broken, but you do have dimensional drift with the shotgun, enough purchase to afford rifles for everybody else. It's just light armors that are the issue, and Ferbs has got a scope playing a different angle than we've seen to this point. So another kind of monkey wrench into the system being offered by YFP. It just comes down to, can they deal with what will likely be a dimensional drift execute onto A, and there we go.
Yeah, I'm more than happy to play off the site here for YFP too, though, when they still have that lockdown in play here for Tuzi. You've got the Cosmic Divide there as well. They're really just trying to buy enough time for the rotation.
Here's the Nightfall. Decoy is out. Stallion gets caught, not sure which direction to fight, and AXG take advantage of that with a handful. Wow, the run it back just an issue. Jack in the corner can only find one, and the full flood. I get it. You've got the ultimates for it this time with the run it back and the dimensional drift, but that's the nature of what I would have expected from AXG way sooner than round 11.
Yeah, just disrespecting that space, I think, a little bit more into the early round, just that shift in tempo that you wanted to see from them, and something that they can absolutely, with this composition, pull off, even when that ultimate isn't online like you were talking about. But now it's an opportunity for Alliance Guardians to try and tie things up 6-6 heading into the next half. It's a bit of an awkward-ish buy. It's a pretty good buy still on the side of YFP. You do have a judge in the hands of Tuzi, which can get a little bit funky when he's trying to help out Ferbs on site here.
Yeah, I was gonna say Ferbs has got to be careful. We saw the decoy, but I don't know if you recognize that someone already jumped over to that mid crate, so backs off, only takes a little bit of chip damage for his efforts, and will hold the angle more passively. Again, this is where the pressure is on to AG, though, in terms of, like, what do you want to use for your controller? And now, importantly to note, you've got the Cosmic Divide, so it doesn't really matter too much in this round, but we'll see how that affects things in the second half. Prowler to clear the corner. Cosmic Divide is up, and Spike will make its way on with supporting post-plant defense and the mid-connector.
Gets a little bit more awkward into the retake, but we do have a saturate still available here for Ferbs. He's got his full kit, hasn't needed to use it to try and get out previously. Gonna go in with a shorty. Good amount of damage done at the very least, but no kills secured yet.
Defensive lockdown is in. Ferbs misses a secondary shot, but Darkus gives you one. Haunt is out. Defensive Cosmic Divide is now in play behind them. Poseidon's able to find the response in the scope of his own. Snarly going to take the damage to try to stand up to see if he can find Jack on the defuse. Pushes on it, finds the elimination, but nothing more. Tuzi with the judge able to connect. And then the Western YFP's defense starting to convert. It's just down to one, and Riker can only find an opener. Not enough damage tallied, and will exit the half 7-5 in favor of YFP.
Really nice call out from Darkus into that retake situation, especially with Stallion's positioning over towards mid, going for that late backstab, understanding where those floods were going to be incoming to try and get off of sight, with all of those players on AXG just looking to back off and knowing that they had that B-Link present still. Now for Alliance Guardians, if they're looking to tie it up early, they want to secure this pistol round, right? They managed to find that first one. It was quite a convincing pistol round start too from the side of AXG in that first half with how that firefight initially went. Now for YFP though, a little bit of a different style, right? Because you're looking at Ferbza on the shorty. We know that they're going to be, you know, flashing him in, trying to get him as up close and personal as possible, because he can get caught out.
Well, Ferbza's opening push through, met by the trademark. Now you've got Slammed. Good timing on this.
Crazy.
Able to, oh man, that is just good intuition out of Slammed. Reads the fadeaway of the utility plus the commitment. Slammed is still doing more damage from behind, leaving Tuesday by themselves, who has an opportunity potentially in front of them to isolate the 1v2 here, but the door gets in the way, and now everything reframes. And with no spike, Tuesday's got 1 minute and 5 to try to manipulate the map to open up a different angle.
Yeah, but Alice is snarly. They're not going to stop holding hands in this situation. You've got the Prowler to re-clear mid already as well, so should be pretty aware that this wrap-through connector is coming in, and it will be the case. Round put to bed there. Pistol round garnered by Alliance Guardians to get them that much closer to tying things up against YFP here. But man, that timing from Slammed was actually just insane. You expect him to get one, maybe a second, but to clean up all three that were pushing through B-Link is insane impact.
Yeah, and again, it's just a good intuitive read on how the utility was placed, when it was placed, and what that usually means in terms of the commitment to get into Link right there. And it just stalls everything out. Even if you only get one or two, it just stalls the play so much. So really good stuff from Alliance Guardians. Ferbza already has to kind of hit pause on the approach up to A main, which YFP are still committing to. Waylay up and over, but Ferbza will fall. Jack's still able to come away with 2. Riker off the reload, chances to hit a body shot, and Jack continues to be a menace on these classic shots, but enough fire in the hands of Riker to get him close to full, and with the weapon advantage, this 3v2 should feel pretty confident for Alliance Guardians.
Yeah, especially when you've got Poseidon watching that cross with the Outlaw. Tuzi's still managing to take him down after those 2 shots were fired, having to go for the reload, but 7-7 tied up here for Alliance Guardians. Solid economy damage done at the very least from YFP. You know, they get 3 weapons out of the hands of AXG, so can't be too mad about that overall, considering how that initial A main fight did go.
Okay, let's get into business now. Full weapons for YFP. Bonus, still pretty heavy. I mean, you've got the ability for the Outlaw to still connect onto 2 light armors. You're also 1 away from a Cosmic Divide for Slam, which could be a huge tool defensively. So that's something to keep in mind. And look at the walk down for Alliance Guardians at B. They've got full control, and they're not even bothering to fully check anywhere else on the map besides mid to make sure there's no swift rotation on the backside of that push-up. Now you can leave 1 here. That's going to be the Phoenix of Riker, and everyone else can rotate back to set up around this position that's being pivoted by Slammed.
Yeah, taking down that trademark over in B-Link as well, just putting a bit of that additional pressure, but I feel like there has to have been a sound cue that was heard there by Riker. That's why we see him falling back a little bit further. Tough look overall. I would have hoped that he...
Yeah.
it's tough because, you know, it's a little bit of a sliver angle. I'm like, okay, there's an opportunity to back up there, but what can you do if, you know, the crosshair's just connecting on your head, right? For Alliance Guardians, I'm kind of surprised that everyone's just playing steady over towards that A site. Maybe expecting the pump back towards A, since that was very early info that was found, but at the very least, the rest of the team's going to be able to play that full retake together.
And you need an opener somewhere here from AXG, and they're not going to get it from this top platform area, you would think. Yeah, just too many guns looking at it, so it's going to have to be through this bottom edge on the smoke, and that doesn't feel good. Yeah, it's not the weapons for the job. Poseidon looking to create something off of a hard scoped angle, and he gets one, but not enough. Yeah, good position on the post plant from YFP, understanding the situation that's in front of him. And we are going to get ourselves an 8-7 count, and Alliance Guardians can now full purchase into round 4 of the second half, 16 in total.
Alice is going to be pulling out the operator here too, kind of expecting some sort of maybe early A main peak coming in from Alliance Guardians with that in hand. Get the quick TP back over to the other side, especially when you've got those defaulted stars here deep into main, right? Just to be able to, you know, either use that Nova Pulse or the Gravity Well.
Well, opening battle ensues maybe faster than expected on this choke point at A main. Hot hands will eventually fade, and we'll respect the smoke from here in the 4v4. Keep in mind, Atlas is scoping, so that position is going to be key in terms of what they want to do with the limited numbers now if you're Alliance Guardians.
These rotations that are being pulled now, though, already over towards that B site. And you've still got the insert from Stallion over in A main for this A crunch to come in. Depending on how that art fight goes, constantly looking to try and break this trademark, put that additional pressure towards B before going towards the re-hit in A.
Trying to manipulate the map, slammed. Holding up inside of this nebula. Ooh. This is awkward. Backs away, footsteps heard, gun up for darkness, but can't convert.
30 seconds left.
And there'll just be a confirmation of intel for both sides, really. And it's going to have Riker gun up now. Do YFP wide swing it? They do, and a tap comes out of darkest, and that will be now numbers with Atlas trying to bail. Whoa.
Oh, massive pick there for Slammed. Still got that cosmic divide you were talking about here, too.
How do you break apart this post-plant setup, though, in a 2v3? If you do use it, and it's going to be right on the cross, this block out art and A main. Darkest still holding his angle inside the site, though, finds one. Poseidon can only get one in return. And now a gap starts to develop, 9-7 the count. And the Eco going to be in a pretty fragile spot. And by pretty, I mean extremely. Alliance Guardians are going to have to go into a save round here, and the potential for YFP to take a huge lead getting later into the game.
Yeah, I like the way the YFP have been working the map here on attack. You know, pulling out that early utility towards one of the extremities from Alliance Guardians, then constantly going for the mid re-clear, always looking to break that trip, whether it's in the early round or the mid round, always consistently forcing Alliance Guardians to kind of reposition around that mid space. Trip will be changed with heavier mid presence this time for Alliance Guardians. Maybe a flash play to swing.
Yeah, maybe. But YFP say we're not going to give you anything. The defense will have to go to plan B. Rewrap back over, stack the art side of the map, and hope we can just outgun with sheer numbers any YFP setup. Twerpsa is a little stuck here. Hot Hands does come over the top. Nova Pulse there to allow some isolation. But yeah, Riker is able to still find that angle. That's going to be a weapon collected behind the firewall. And YFP are a little bit stuck in all the null command, but it doesn't seem to be the full commitment onto site. It's going to be a backup in towards mid on a flip to B, and no one's going to be able to watch the defense pivot out.
The other thing that gets a little awkward is like Darkest location was fully just being casted to the other team there. But the walk, the contact play here is going to catch Slammed off guard.
Well, trying to find some time in there with Slammed, punished for it. Trademark is mildly annoying. And we'll get a post plant that will really rely on Poseidon or Riker hitting shots. Now, a run it back is available. You just have a hard time believing it would be called here in the face of 4 rifles, including an op. But yeah, now for sure, it'll just be, can we make this as damaging as possible if you're Alliance Guardians?
Yeah, they needed a pick if they wanted to get that ult underway. But like you're saying, just looking to do a little bit more damage if possible here, while taking that Vandal into the next round. For Poseidon too, it wouldn't necessarily be bad for him to perish to one of the players on the side of YFP either, get that Tool de False online into the next round there as well there for Alliance Guardians. But ever since those weapons have come into play, YFP fully in control of this second half of Pearl. Again, that mid control has just constantly looked really good for them.
I was about to say that that's been an issue now that I mean, for Alliance Guardians, they keep defaulting, and maybe not defaulting is the right word, but they keep throwing a lot of attention into trying to win out the middle of the map. And I would have figured that off the first half, you know, especially getting into round 6 and 7, that Alliance Guardians were putting that extra pressure there, so that way at the back end of the first half, they could keep flooding with this comp, but didn't really turn into that. Just too many low numbers post plants that didn't really work out for them. And now here, through a couple of gun rounds, we're seeing the same thing, that Alliance Guardians are really wanting to make sure that they can control mid and then invest on the retake in terms of their focus, but it really hasn't worked out with weapons, like with full weapons in hand. So definitely something to consider here, especially now that you're talking about like, okay, well, how do we want to play our either contests or retakes with a run it back or a dimensional drift or a nightfall? Like those things are immediately going to be the part of the conversation here in the next couple. And if you're Alliance Guardians, you need to find efficiency and effectiveness out of those because you're down 3 late into the half.
I think it's also hard to find the answers when YFP is doing a really good job of just setting themselves up for success on a lot of those fights. Like you see the fact that they have like Stallion throwing down a lot of those stars towards A main, just being able to either use that Nova Pulse or that Grav Well to assist Ferbsa in getting one of those picks on some of those like lurk plays that we've seen from him, or even Tuzi, to just make that fight just a little bit more favorable. But overall now, you've got that operator in the hands of Stallion. It also makes it harder for Alliance Guardians to then fight for those extremities if somebody's going to be waiting for you to go for that aggression.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of what Atlas is trying to do is, can I get into this cubby, and then if things don't look good, I can just teleport out. But operator's in the right spot at the right time, and now Poseidon's focus purely has to be on making sure nobody crosses that lane, while the rest of the defense really has to respect the fact that we have no control at mid, no eyes at mid, and we have to be in a spot to react quickly to whatever hits or come our way.
Yeah, they're just waiting for a timing on some sort of pop here, maybe seeing if Alliance Guardians will even push up further. They've got that full A main control. The understanding that mid has been left completely open aside from the trip over in R tier 2. You can see YFP primed and ready. Like Tuzi's just waiting for that mid push to even come out from AXG.
I like this response to the run it back with the Cosmic Divide already in play. But he just really hasn't found the value with the run it back that you're hoping for out of the Phoenix pick. And Jack follows up to take care of Poseidon's tour de force. So now the defense has to commit in some way. Slam is already on site. Stops the spike carrier, plus an extra that's critical, but Riker again comes up empty. Time becoming an issue. Slam still in the corner, but overwhelmed as Tuzi joins the action. Just down to Snarly. No ability on this angle to stop the plant, and we'll get a full-out 1v3.
No eye to work with here either. Just the C's in hand, and with the contact crossfire that's being held right now, it's just about impossible here for Snarly to get anything done.
There's the cross, nothing there. Wow. It's just one of those moments again, you just look at the Phoenix pick and you say, this has to find value. Doesn't have it. Follow-up not there. And like, I get it. If you're still working into a Cosmic Divide and everything else, but you really need to have one right there if you're committing to that play, I think, if you're AXG.
Granted, I do think that, you know, it bought that time, right? It disrupted the plant. I feel like even though it didn't get those picks like you were hoping that it would shift, it did at minimum the job I think that was intended for that round. YFP just wins out on those firefights. Now getting even more aggressive here towards A main. Ferbs is just gonna shut it down from Alliance Guardians.
Oh, Riker gets one, but doesn't fully exit. So numbers will still hold. 4v3, Slam stepping up, able to find another. So we go back and forth, but numbers have gotten us to minimal terms on both sides. Atlas is in a decent spot, though, and is a single orb away from having a dimensional drift. So if you get one, Oh, which he would have loved to have had there. Had the beat on Stallion, but the snap over. Too good. And Poseidon with an op is going to default towards obviously wanting to try to save this.
That's a tough spot, right? Alice, you know, he feels the need to make some sort of play there in the 2v3, knowing that Poseidon can't like quickly follow up. But losing this round here for Alliance Guardians, it was a must-need one for them for the first map, right? And right now, I think we're seeing why YFP pick into Pearl. It looks really comfortable for them. The way that Darkest is calling on this map here as well. They just have a very clear-cut idea of what they want to accomplish each round. What they're trying, what kind of space they want to look to contest, what utility they're hoping to pull out from Alliance Guardians. And AXG, I want to give them the credit. You know, Snarly has been making calls where we're trying to see some adaptations come in. You're going for some defensive side aggression. You're going a little bit more passive at times there as well. But YFP just, they're winning out, one, a lot of those fights, and two, it feels like their adjustments in response to Alliance Guardians' attempt to reply to them have just been better.
Yeah, I hear you. I think that's a very fair, brief analysis of what's happened to this point. And that's led to the 5 in a row. And most importantly, map point. So do or at least die in this map time now for Alliance Guardians, and looking like they want to try to set something a little bit different up here in terms of their defense, mostly around the setup of the stars plus the trademark behind it. Can that slow down YFP? There's the paths out and in. Burps up. Jeez. Not to be denied there whatsoever. Snarly barely even get the finger on a trigger. And now you look to Riker on the flank, and the remainder of the 3 defenders from the front. Poseidon would have to hit to clear out some space here. Backside secret, Ferpsa on the corner, punishes. That just may be it right there, as Atlas is currently stuck in Dimensional Drift.
Yeah, this is a tough round. Atlas not even being able to find one. Riker in a 1v4. Just about done and dusted here. YFP expected to take their map pick of Pearl home unless Riker can get it done.
Well, catches one, flash on the outside, gives him a chance, but meets Stallion with the shorty. Damn. Wow, what an absolute display from YFP in this second half. And surprised was me, I think, in the first, is due to the nature of the composition for Guardians and not really hitting with like full 5-man hit floods, which you would have maybe expected with the double duelist comps. But then again, on the defensive side, just that's the vulnerability in this comp. Like, how do you hold off YFP from gaining free space when you're running double duelist? And just didn't work out, I think, the way that it was intended to be right there, unfortunately, for Alliance Guardians, who now find themselves down a map.
Yeah, I think YFP just had a really good understanding of how that defense was going to look coming out from Alliance Guardians, how they were going to look to contest that space, and just ensuring that they were using the appropriate utility to reach clear and to get a lot of that control back here. Now it's up to Alliance Guardians in this best of 3 to bounce back on their map pick coming up next of Corrode.
It's going to be an interesting one. Should be a fun one, too. I'll always love a good Corrode, but we're in break already, so never mind.
One enemy remaining. Spike planted. Kill.
Knockdown's gonna be big, and bodies, well, if they need it. Only a scuffle, so pit. Good sound, Renz. Oh, the high-low. There it is. Oh, and even more than that, Zorona is dimensional drip from Tonza. He's gonna know what you're planning, what you think before you've even executed. And the real executioners are sleepers.
Well, if you want to take your map pick, that's a pretty good way of doing it. YFP taking down Alliance Guardians on their map pick of Pearl. Welcome back to VALORANT Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Roy and Emily on the desk. And if you're just joining us, YFP are technically one map away from continuing their VCL journey, but Alliance Guardians are now one map away from elimination. But Emily, that was pretty clean from YFP on Pearl.
No, I think it was. I think they had a lot of really good proactiveness on their defense, right? You know, when AXG or Alliance tried to kind of exec onto them with this like double duelist comp with running that Phoenix, they were really good at shutting it down. We saw them throw all their utility on the chokes. It made it really hard for them to get out of that. When we saw them go towards mid and start doing inserts, we saw YFP taking that space back, cutting off those inserts and picking them off, and AXG Alliance just didn't have an answer to that for that first half.
Yeah, and I mean, to be fair, Roy, it was a 7-5 half in favor of YFP. So it was a little close at the half, but at the end of the day, I just don't think Alliance Guardians could get anything really going on the end of the second half.
Yeah, I think for me, the concerning thing is the fact that Alliance Guardians won both pistols and still only managed to close the game out with 7 rounds. That means they only won 3 gun rounds out of all the rounds that were played. That's a little tough of a statistic, to be honest. I feel like if you win both pistols, that you should be closer to 10 rounds at the very least. But in regards to YFP's performance, I think we're kind of seeing the reason why they picked this map, right? We talked a lot about their comfort on both sides. Managing to claw the first half back from a deficit into a 7-5 finish is amazing, and the fact that they came up, I mean, a full shutout in the second half just proves to how strong of a team they are on this map, and it's kind of in line with what I was expecting.
And most importantly, our caster curse may not be a curse, it may be a blessing. So sorry to Nightblood Gaming that we didn't activate it last.
I need to ask the very serious question. Like, if we're cursing in one game and then blessing the next, like, does that just cancel out? Is there like a neutral somewhere? Like, well, what's the rules here? Who do I ask about the rules?
I think we're like salty and sweet. You know what I mean? Like a chocolate caramel thingy. Like we're both, and you can't pick and choose because we are the best. But I mean, Emily, my turn.
Sorry.
But I mean, I'll go to you, Roy, with that timeline moving forward, just clear as day. But I mean, to YFP's credit as well, 14 first bloods.
And that's really sweet. And Alliance Guardians is salty, is what I was gonna say.
Oh, good one! Wow, everyone say good job, Roy, in chat.
Yeah, everyone, please. Can I get some claps? Thank you all so much, very much. But I mean, 14-6 is crazy, and I think out of those 14, 8 were on Ferps's head. So that, I mean, that just shows it's a very clear description of what went wrong. Obviously, for Alliance Guardians, they just got battled out in the opening of the rounds, and that put YFP in the driving seat for the remainder of the round. So yeah, shout out.
They didn't really have anything to stop Ferbza though. Like, we saw them, especially in that A main, we saw them trying to just like run up, spam flashes, throw Phoenix Molly. But what can you do when Ferbza is dashing, stunning you, and the team is there to follow it up and trade you out? It felt like, yes, they do have firepower on the side of Alliance, but they were like kind of playing right into Ferbza and their whole team's utility and their kit.
And I think, Emily, you spoke about the nuances of Waylay dynamicism, and Ferbza is literally kind of that Waylay that we talked, like the classic Waylay, if you will. Like, I call it the "what can you do" Waylay. Like, what are you supposed to do when Ferbza is just doing, dare I say, Ferbza things? 8 first bloods, Emily.
Yeah, and like, honestly, Alliance were kind of feeding Ferbza into that by just running at him. I feel like with this comp, it's not something, if they're running this heavy utility that they are, you can't take those fights in main or anywhere on these chokes. You can't take those early fights. You're gonna get overwhelmed, especially because they have a Waylay that can just dash in your face, right? Like, you have to play a little bit smarter. You have to be able to kind of come back and re-clear rather than take those first fights.
I think that one of the impressive things with Ferbza as well is his, like, how dynamic he is with how he finds the opening kills. Like, they're not all set plays. Like, they're not all, oh, okay, we're gonna do this flash and you're gonna take this fight. Like, he's able to do so many openers in so many different fashions, whether it's the op, right? Whether he's contacting out on defense and mid and allowing his teammate to get a second kill as well, whether he's finding his timing through smokes, whether he's brawling for control, like, and whether he is doing those set plays. Like there's so many different versions of Ferpsa on the openers, and I feel like that tends to be where teams struggle, is finding out like how he's going to be playing and kind of. And once the Ferpsa chain starts going and he's finding those openers and he starts feeling himself, that's where things can kind of get lost and you start to lose control of the game, because Ferpsa he's opening up the rounds with so much success, and now it feels like every single round you're just fighting from a deficit. It's tough.
Yeah, I mean, it goes to show like how good he is with his reactions. You can't predict all these little micro things that he does, especially on that way. Like you just can't. And it obviously Alliance struggled really hard against that.
I would like to give a shout out to Riker on the Phoenix, though. I think that was a really cool pick. And I appreciate, kind of the ingenuity and technically it's G2s, but kind of the adaptation from Riker to do that. But Rory, we are heading to Alliance Guardians pick of Corrode next, where they will be starting on the side of the defense.
Yeah, I don't want to get too ahead of ourselves, right? That was the YFP map pick. It made sense to why they picked it. They're confident in the gameplay. Now we're entering, the Alliance Guardians territory. This is their most played map by far in officials. Maybe not just only in challengers, but it also includes third-party events. But they still have 14 officials since the beginning of January on this map. They're quite good on it. They're 8-6 record overall. It feels like they're able, they found kind of their new form with the KO composition, with no sentinel, so they're doing the double controller. It feels like it kind of fits their style, and it opens up a lot to how they want to play, which is the slow, methodical. That should work on Corrode if YFP allows it.
Emily, I'm going to posit a question. I feel like I'm asking you so many questions today, Emily, and I apologize.
No worries.
But I mean, do you think YFP will allow that? I mean, the train, if you will, the YFP train is running. They are one map away from continuing their role and eliminating AXG from challengers. It's kind of the ball is in AXG's court to do something kind of magnificent and unique and new here.
Something magnificent and not get caught off guard as much as they did in that first map. Like, if YFP continues to be proactive, especially on a map like Corrode, where it can bring you so much value, whether it's re-clearing that mid or holding that mid space, or like pushing through one of the mains to get that info so you can stack towards the other site. Because on this map, if you don't have mid, the rotations are pretty long. So Alliance will have to do a good job at, if they're trying to go for that same exec heavy like we saw early on in Pearl and it's not working for them, we have to see them make these adaptations and also not allow YFP to kind of pick them apart whilst they're doing that.
The only bad news I have for AXG is that every single game, including the Austrian one I'm talking about, has been 2-0 today. So there could be just a trend, Shop Rebellion Black defeating Pigeons 2-0. We could see Alliance Guardians be eliminated here, but Riker is no longer on the Phoenix, just going straight for the Waylay, Roy.
And he's looked so good on the Waylay as well, so I have hope here for Alliance Guardians. But a mirror composition to possibly close out the series here. It's going to be the test of wits and skill. There's no mind games. Both teams familiar with the style. For the defensive side, you obviously have the KO timings and the Sova to kind of push, pull, re-clear parts of the map and decide where you want to allocate your aggression and where you want to allocate resources. And for the attack side, the name of the game is pushing, pulling, and making sure the defenses are not overstepping your bounds, while the double controllers get value from the recharges and from the illusion of smokes. So I'm excited to see how Alliance Guardians will handle it and how YFP is going to dismantle them on this attack side.
I mean, Emily, anything you're looking for specifically on the side of Alliance Guardians to move this to a map 3 besides being caught off guard?
I think they're gonna have to play this mirror comp pretty well, because both sides obviously have the same amount of utility. It just depends on how you use it and how good you are at trading that out and baiting that out. I feel like having the KO flashes on both sides to set up our waylays, it's a big role for them, because they can literally cancel each other out. They can get info and set each other up. It just depends on who does it better.
Yes, and I mean, again, the ball is in AXG's court, to bring it to a map 3 where it will end on split, but YP could make this a clean 2-0 shift. Ash, it's do or die for AXG. Take it away.
Do or die indeed. And I love the fact that we're just getting a flat out 1-for-1 matchup here. Both these two teams coming in with some pretty significant experience, the map overall, maybe not necessarily in challengers, but just generally since the map has come out, there's a number of decent results, and there's definitely some confidence for these teams and what they want to bring to the table. So I'm excited for it. That's all I'm going to say. Ash, what do you got for me?
I'm also excited for it. I think that that conversation about how we have such like the same composition, right? Coming in, it's going to be a clash of the play styles when it comes down to, you know, expecting very similar looks out of these two teams. These comps, when it comes down to the initiators and the Omen picks as well for both sides, are absolutely primed to help these waylays break into a lot of those choke points.
Yes.
I think that Emily definitely hit the nail on the head, though. It is going to come down to a lot of that mid control, which I think will determine how a lot of these has swing.
Agreed. Absolutely agreed. So, well, this opening pistol, pretty aggressive setup moving forward into A, at least initially to get Ferbsa forward. Not any commitment onto the site, though, as of yet. Still trying to feel things out. Our YFP, while Alliance Guardians are going to get clearance at mid, which could be pretty critical in terms of pivoting the defense around the map.
They're just seeing if AXG is going to give them anything, but the patience that they have right now and understanding how they want to go, you know, for more of these retake plays. Really nicely done. Kind of feels like we're almost at like a little bit of a stalemate on the
Feels
map,
that
right?
way.
Like you do have the insert from Ferbsa over in A elbow, but aside from that, everything else has been paused across the board.
Well, first blood does come through over onto A. It is traded back, so that doesn't necessarily give a guarantee that YFP will follow behind that. But the smoke being placed at B actually has Guardians thinking it's going to be a B hit. So opportunity for a free A hit to come out. And not just hit, but plant behind that. Plus, you still have Jack rotating around mid. So small advantage here for YFP on the post plant. Just comes down to who wins the pistol fights here for AXG on the way back in.
Like this mid walk coming in from Riker at the very least, able to spot one out. But look at that positioning from Jack. This late wrap towards mid is pretty crazy on that timing.
Ooh, and little bait and switch on the corner. Does clean up the middle of the map. Atlas responds though on top of the site, puts some pressure on YP to make sure the spike is not in a defusable position. 2v3 situation. Bodyguarding this play is slammed for now. Paranoia is out. Poseidon on for the defuse. And the tags are in. The shots not fully landing, but enough space to allow the defuse to come through just before Jack can find the final shot to land and AXG take the opener.
Don't forget.
Really nicely done there. Both teams just giving so much respect and anticipation of some sort of aggression from either side in that pistol round. But with that spike being secured and all the picks that did come through on the side of Alliance Guardians, we do have that stinger buy impending coming out from them. This is one of those, you know, high risk, high reward plays, right? It either goes right for Alliance Guardians to go and, you know, go for that buy up. Otherwise, you're looking at a round 3 where they should have the advantage and they no longer do when it does come down to that weaponry. So curious to see what the approach is going to look like in that kind of regard, and the opener into YFP's hands.
Response though for Atlas is perfect, getting 2. Stallion in a really good spot to possibly respond with 2 of his own, but Atlas instead gets the trade, and then Slammed will put the round away with the judge on the unexpected corner. So a couple of kills come through, but largely speaking, the weapons that will be collected, the Outlaw, the Judge, Spectre, sure, whatever, but those 2 in particular, oh, there we go. Those will be really significant tools here for the bonus for Alliance Guardians.
Pretty comfortable. YFP will be stuck onto sheriffs across the board that we saw from this team. Nice attempts at the trades to come in at the very least there, but I think just going for that burst play wasn't going to pan out inside on the favor of YFP, considering the crossfires that were being held there.
Well, Snarly will get 1 here. A couple of shots from the Sheriffs chipping some damage in, but not enough to really make any moves to winning back mid-map here for YFP. So Alliance Guardians in a really strong spot to start this off this half. Atlas once again finding more connections early, already almost at a null command through 3 rounds of action. Spike looking like it should be planted here. Darkest going to commit for it. Jack looking for some damage off the shot darts, not able to bounce him into position. But Ferb's up top, turns this to a 3v3, a bit cluttery on the site. Riker trying to hold down with the scope, 1v1. He is at half health though. Gonna put the pressure onto the spike, but Ferbza, who was on the retreat, backs on up, finds 4 in the round, plus the clutch to get YFP a saved round.
Massive round for YFP to be picking up, considering that buy situation that we had talked about, them being in. That operator now being online here for Ferbza as well, anticipating, again, that defender-sided aggression out from Riker on the other side, I'm sure. I mean, we saw, you know, a little bit of the conversation when it comes down to that mid-control, I think, come to fruition in that round too, when it came down to, like, you know, a bit of that spam damage that Snarly was able to do on the Vandal alone.
Wow.
It's a great pick.
It sure is, because not only do you get that 5v4 advantage in a pretty key early round, but it also gives you the convergent paths to put extra pressure on the defense that may find itself sitting on site.
Yeah.
So, yeah, even though you only have an op for Verbza, this does give you the impact on the site that you want.
Nice dash out at the very least. Drax very aware of Alice's positioning here.
Nice.
Great spam to clear him out too. But still maintaining this mid control for Riker is massive when you think about cutting off that rotation, maybe going for a bit of a later flank, but YFP are constantly aware of it with how Drax positions.
Yeah. Well, the null command fragment has Poseidon in a spot of bother, but still able to lock the headshots in. Riker also chasing, but can't find the connection onto Jack. Has the defense now re-swinging this, mostly focusing from entering from the front. YFP setting up their post plant on the backside of B. You need an opener somewhere, and it may be the contact at B-Link to get this kicked off. Stallion versus Riker. And just too much shoulder seen, but Stallion can't lock the shots. So now Riker has provided the opener. Here comes the paranoia from the front. Darkest in some trouble, has the flash to keep him safe to at least get back over towards where the spike is planted, but Poseidon gets the isolation to the 2v3. Tuzi around smoke. Snake bite in front of him. Pressure on the spike, but the spam works out. Follow-up also good. Tuzi with the stab. Tuzi with 3, and YFP get us level at 2.
Really nicely done. Tuzi pushing through that smoke to ensure that round win there for YFP. Now, Alliance Guardians back into a half buy coming in next. And this was just really great mid clearance, I think, coming out from the YFP side too. Just that understanding of they're trying to break up any type of crossfire, any type of information that was going to be taken by AXG with that mid information alone. Now, what did AXG look to do on this eco round?
Well, you can see Ferbza. Oh, he's able to see just the top of Snarly's head, I think, there for a moment. Everything else being set up, though, for AXG, trying to win this mid-map. Are we joking, Ferbza? Catches one. Whoa, but Snarly, the reposition turns into a swing that may have Riker opened up for a different angle, but cannot lock down the freebie shot, and YFP will hold the numbers in a 4v3.
Yeah, Slam's gonna fully have to back off there after the drone looks to re-clear and contest towards A main. YFP are split up 2-2 at the moment, though, so there is an opportunity to try and find some sort of advantageous fight here for Alliance Guardians.
This mid-round call is an important one here for both teams, honestly. 38 seconds on the clock. The defense largely investing into a B setup that Stallions now cracked the code of. And Poseidon can no longer afford to stay at mid. So it's going to be a free rotate to A. Stallion is going to teleport over to join the rest of the forces. And that's also going to get you some backside control. Should be a comfortable third round on the board here for YFP.
Yeah, nicely cleared with the front of the shadows. You got the smoke over towards CT there as well. With the weapons that we talked about, should be just done and dusted there. YFP, I think, looking into the next round, you mentioned convergent paths are available. On the side of AXG, though, you do have the null command as well as that Hunter's Fury that could be invested for the defense. So that would be huge in some sort of like retake scenario, or even if it isn't a retake, if Snarly is able to get onto some sort of line that will allow him to have like a potent Hunter's Fury in one of like the extremities, that could also be huge depending on how AXG want to play it.
Yeah, I think especially consider that they have shown so much defensive presence at middle, you could still afford to do that. But like you mentioned, also have the ability to connect and hit the choke points on either side of the map with the Hunter's Fury if you want to contest. Otherwise, if you want to invest heavily into mid and try to play for retake, you get the extra clearance from Hunter's Fury to give you, some entryway back in. So lots of opportunities. Comes down to the discussion of what you want to do here if you're Alliance Guardians. Having dropped the last 3 in a row, you also have an Odin and an Operator being pulled into this. So there's a lot of firepower on the table here for the defense.
Yeah, that Odin, I think that's where things get a little bit more daunting towards mid. We've seen just like the spams that you can connect with the LMG through those paper thin walls and like denying any sort of push that those mid attacker players might want to do through the smoke. Kind of curious that on the topic of conversation with the Hunter's Fury too, it could be a really nice response up against a convergent paths as well, trying to delay that push out from YFP. I'm sure it's a bit of the conversation of how I actually want to approach this round here in our first time out of Corrode.
All right. Well, let's see where exactly this defense defaults to setting up at. Because I feel like in certain regards, you just kind of base it not off the Hunter's Fury, but off of the Odin Operator. And then you've got a bailout tool in the form of the Hunter's Fury. So will that be the case? Here we go, off the timeout. Focus purely on what the defense wants to do. And for YFP, there's also the consideration of how quickly can you recognize these extra tools? And do you have anything set up to try to stop the Hunter's Fury from being effective? And also, they're going to show early Force to Beast. Can they maybe draw it out early? And yeah, they are able to draw it out early. This is not a commitment onto the site as of yet. Paths come through, but the isolation with the Hunter's Fury is good. Riker also connects to the Operator in this round, has fallen apart very quickly.
Really nice threading of the needle there from Stallion at the very least. That pick could be the difference maker into this round. It's Darkest, or sorry, not Darkest. Alice right on the other side there of the wall here as well. It's gone really awkward too.
I mean, this round's not over yet because of Stallion's position.
And if you're gonna give him ones.
Yeah, I'll say. And now you've got a crossfire setup if Stallion even needs it. I mean, yes, it's just one of those rounds that gets a little bit out of hand early because of the ultimates that are thrown in, plus the commitment onto the site, but Stallion slips through the net, finds 4. No worries, no problems, apparently in the 2v5 situation, I think, at one point. Unbelievable.
Really nicely played there by him. I mean, Alice also gives him the first there in that situation, and the paranoia is just perfect to clear out the left side of sight. Really nicely played. A massive recovery there for YFP, and for Alliance Guardians, that was a hefty investment that you called out there too, Shift, right? And all for naught now back into half buy.
Man. I know it's early in this map, but that feels like a very important round. But Slam gets you one to get to the 4v4 early, Ash.
They do. And again, it's just such good awareness from the players on YFP. Jack is constantly hanging back. Sure, has the Hunter's Fury this time, but also aware of, the holes with that flank, especially with Stallion pushed up so far in spawn. They're anticipating someone going for that wrap, and it just leaves Slammed now. In that 1v4 with the Judge, like, there isn't really anything that he's looking to do. Maybe try and recover some sort of weapon over towards mid and look to save it. But YFP looking, honest, just, again, really in control of this map and how these rounds are playing out.
I think it's going to be interesting in this next round to see how AXG try to respond defensively, though. Because, again, their ideas have not been anywhere near bad. Like, even in the round where you see the takeover moment from Stallion, the idea is the right one. The execution was also not poor. It just came down to the response not fully being there because you just just can't deal with the unexpected, which is Stallion slipping through all of that noise.
Yeah.
Now you get into a round, though, where you still have, like, I guess what I'm trying to boil this down to is how much are AXG going to trust that they're not making huge mistakes in terms of what they're calling? It's just a couple of anomalies that have led to 5 in a row. And you're going to feel that, of course, but I just think if you're AXG, you don't need to reinvent the wheel here. You've done well in a lot of these rounds to be at least competitive. It's just been a couple of things have gone awry, and that's sometimes just Valorant timing for you.
Yeah, certainly.
No charges.
Nice 0 point to get that information over towards mid. Makes it so uncomfortable. Stallion can't smoke himself out there as well. I like these adjustments from AXG. This is what we were looking for.
Yep. And it's I will say, I think the thing about it is it's nothing crazy. You know, we're just getting some understanding in terms of what is YFP responding with in form at this aggression that we've shown them at mid, and now they know it's like it's not as maybe as heavy as we thought it was. So let's take an extra step, find those eliminations, and give ourselves the numbers. But a response does come through. It's finding slammed. It's one of your controllers out of the picture. Rick. Yikes. Flash beyond recognition, and Tuesday gets you another. So now all of a sudden, again, it's just like the opening 30 seconds is not going that poorly. It's just everything afterwards is falling apart.
I mean, what are you going to do when Darkest is throwing a flash in your face at the exact time you're planning on swinging the smoke up against them, right? You're talking about that timing, and you're so right. That is what it has been coming down to. The start of these rounds looking pretty good, but this round is not over yet. Deciding now 1v2. Pit is up here for Tuesday. For the wrap.
Toxins going up.
They're sticking together.
May still get a chance at this due to the fact that Darkest has an op, but nope, just kidding. Darkest comes out, checks the backside of the pit, finds the kill, no problems. They're 6-2 all of a sudden. And again, it doesn't feel like it's been a 6-2 affair. It just based on how things have gone in the opening setups of the 5v5s, it's just everything afterwards. Once there's trades, once there's this breakdown to the secondary layer, YFP is just more prepared for the mid round.
And on top of that, a lot of these rounds are also coming down to like, what, 1 to 2 players alive on the side of YFP at times. So Alliance Guardians absolutely putting in the work to try and get those picks, but YFP have just been doing such a good job of recovering as well in those moments where they are down in numbers. Again, heavy investment over towards mid, looking to explore even deeper than we have seen previously as well.
Take flight.
And that's, again, just that tags, that'd be insane. But that's just another follow-up, though, off of AXG and understanding that, yes, there's been battles at mid, but it has not been forward enough or even on angles to stop us from taking an extra step. So let's try to take that extra step. But YFP this time respect that. Have Jack in position to watch for the long flank. Everyone else on site getting ready to receive where this retake is going to come from.
That's a really big convergent path there for the retake.
But the flash stalls it, the fragment follows. So now all that hindrance has been shrugged off, and keep your eye on the mini-map. Here's the flank from Jack. He finds the opener. Trade is out, but it's not gonna make a difference. The hit from the front of the site turns into a convincing follow-up from YFP. And another one of those moments that as soon as the paths get hit, you have Jack on the aggression saying, all right, if they're gonna hit the paths, they're not hitting the flank. Let me just go ahead and go rogue on my own accord, and it works out beautifully. Into round 10 we go. 7-2 YFP in runaway mode.
He's just a constant thorn in their sides. Like, Jack, a bit of an unsung hero in that sense, with the fact that, you know, he's been putting in work, being that lurky kind of presence that you don't always expect on that initiator in particular. Like, maybe you think, okay, it's going to be the Viper, but instead, Tuesday, you know, that snakebite has also been so imperative in delaying a lot of those retakes from the chokes, too. No, please.
Oh, just pulls the aim a little bit too far up to have a chance at first blood there. But once again, we're just walking onto the corner at A and taking the numbers to the outside of the site. Riker. Shotgun could hit hard from this position. Flashes out. Riker not able to get away. Nice. And that's going to be now numbers with weapons on A.
The judge looking nice there for Slam, but Tuesday, such great trades to come through there as well. Unfortunately, just short for the teleport there for Slammed. And now, again, I mean, it is an eco round here for Alliance Guardians. I kind of want to see the adjustment over towards mid. We saw a bit of a glimmer of change a couple of rounds ago. I feel like, again, you just got to get that Odin back online and spray that down towards the mid side. Like, lay down that suppressing fire. It's a little bit too comfortable for YFP to try and scale up in those areas. But the other problem with that too, Shift, is there are rounds where YFP, they'll play super far back in mid and not actually end up touching it until that spike's already planted on site.
Well, important timeout here. Try to figure things out into, I mean, what has been a half that, again, is just going to feel like we had so many rounds that were winnable in front of us, but now it's, you have to win these last two to even have a chance, if you like, at the map. There's an op on the other side. Paths are almost going to be, there will be up, you would think, by round 12. You're going to get a null command for sure, but it just feels like we just need to be better in the mid round. Like, that just seems like what the conversation has to be here for AXG in these last two.
I'd like to see them try and deal with Jack a little bit more, I think, as well. Like, in those post plans, the information that he's able to get on the flank watch and then the late backstabs, I think, has just been such a big key to YFP's success. On top of the fact that, you know, they're absolutely fragging out on those site hits. Like, I feel like we go swap to Tuesday's POV and he's getting like a 2K almost every single round. But I think that, you know, there is a lot of information that YFP has just been able to hold across the map that is helping Darkest with a lot of these calls too.
Well, hits up first. And Ferbsa trying to get aggressive to take away that space. Doesn't work out, and Snarly will get the spray down at mid that you were calling for. Slam follows, and this is more like it if you're AXG in the first 10 seconds. I mean, everything going according to plan. You stop the aggression, you get a pick with the Odin, and YFP have really nothing to work with unless there's no chance we're not covering that push up mid.
You can't count Tuesday out. He's such like an impactful player. Now this reposition here as well, sure, a 2v1 in CT that we're looking for, but Jack should have, you know, a safe plant towards site at the very least.
3 down.
1 enemy remaining.
4 down.
Well,
just give it to him. Give him the ace.
Spike planted.
That's a hard round to watch. Because again, everything goes perfect for you in the opener, and it feels almost like the same round that we had from Stallion, where someone just goes unguarded, unchecked, uncovered, and it turns into that one player taking over the round and turning it all on its head. I mean, this was another 2v5. It just can't happen.
No, it absolutely can't. He should not be able to get that kind of value. You know, you'd be looking to swing towards backside together. And there's no way that Poseidon, unless he hits an absolute clip here with this swing. But Jack's going to put that one to bed. I think, Shift, how this round ended kind of paints a picture of how this first half also looked. Yes, we've talked about how, yeah, want to give credit to Alliance Guardians with the adjustments that they've been making. It's not like it's for a lack of trying or anything like that. But at the same time, while we see the glimmers of ideas that they're trying to execute in the server, just like that swing towards CT, I feel like we'll see 3 players in mid, but somehow one person is fighting at a time. And that's where a lot of these rounds have been falling apart from Alliance Guardians. Is YFP just being able to like break up any of those plays that they have together.
Well, this half is getting out of hand. Ferbsa in some trouble, but still has the ability to try to isolate, but no, not quite. It's Darkest who is able to find at least another elimination to keep us in a 4v4. 100 sure Snarly does land, just barely into Darkest to turn the numbers now in favor of AXG. So 4v3 from here on out. Aldrone trying to recontrol and rescan mid, where Stallion has tried to get through, but Poseidon finally there to meet it, and now it's a 4v2. I hesitate to say it should be a win because we've seen this now twice in this half, but this should be a win unless 2Z can get the plant and, of course, a good Viper's Pit.
Yeah, I mean, Jack's gonna go for 1 here, but I don't think he expects the off angle. So Poseidon, to catch him off guard and coming down to a 4v1, even if you are in the pit, you're expecting a full collapse on 2Z on site here.
Yeah, you sure are. Spam is already coming through. 2Z trying to find isolation onto Poseidon. Has to keep the smoke up. Jumps back in. Here's the footsteps. Gets 1. Gets a second, but oh my goodness, if he gets around the corner, maybe there's a chance. The trade was a little bit too close. And that will be a 9-3 half. You know what they say about that tally. But again, for YFP, it's just been too many in a row and a lot of missed opportunities for Alliance Guardians.
Alliance Guardians, at the very least, the one thing I'm really holding on to, I think, into this next half is the fact that they've been really consistent with these pistol rounds. Then the pistol is where it all starts if AXG want to make a comeback here into Corrode. Again, this is an elimination matchup for the Swiss stage. So whoever does lose in this best of 3, we won't be seeing until the next split. For YFP, they have so much momentum on their side. Sure, AXG, they stopped the bleeding with that last round, but it's about continuing to chain those rounds together. Something that they haven't been able to do in the first half.
Yeah, very true. Pistol has to be where it starts, though. That's the conversation for now for Alliance Guardians. We already got the waylay for the defense through A. Only one reveal onto the Viper off that knife, as Guardians will get with pretty much everyone on the site. And the defense will have to make a decision with these 3 members at mid. Do you want to hit the long play, or do you want to try to cut through that mid connector? It looks like they want to try to go through the connector, and Atlas gets damaged, but maybe not enough as YFP's firing squad turns into a 2-for-1 exchange. Now the defense trying to find success by retaking up top through tower. Shock darts are in, but don't connect. Slam stops one. Still alive and kicking, but now the tower play started to develop, and that will be Poseidon. It's going to get credit for Jack's low health pull falling off tower. And Tuesday's going to laugh at him a little bit, but the pistol comes through, and it's double digits for YFP.
Yeah, now for AXG, you're looking at, what, Stinger Force heading into the next round?
Have to,
considering the scoreline and the fact that, you know, they have a little bit of extra money in the bank with that spike secured on the B site. But if they don't win it here, that also spells even further trouble and a potential match point looming on the side of YFP. So AXG in this round 14, they've got to make a strong stand.
Yes, they do. Because YFP have been looking really, really good across pretty much every account. Adjustments, responses to low number situations obviously has been a key. A couple 2v5s have been tallied in this map in particular. But even just on their setups, getting the reads, getting the right reactions, even at full numbers have been good, including this one right here. Lost damage input, no, it's just a rundown with the Stingers is going to work out. The old-fashioned hold W, hold left mouse, you're good to go. Tuzi in some trouble, trying to back away, is able to at least keep their life and get another in response. It's just, we have to be challenging that together. We have to be challenging this together. Oh my goodness, Ferbsa saves a life. And now it's doing 3v2. You get the intel where the post plant's positioned with that dash and reflect, and now it's just down to converting on the elims. Damage out. Ferbsa is able to connect down to 1. Forces the hand of Atlas. Shoulders coming through. Shots not fully landing. Tuzi gets it to halfway. Here comes the swing and the finish. YFP on 11.
Dude, this is Tuzi's map. Like, he's been crazy so far on Corrode. I feel like we did give him his flowers earlier, but we have not gotten the chance to, like, speak enough about his micro in those situations. Just his ability to reposition and constantly isolate those 1v1s while buying time for the rest of the cavalry to get there as well. And that's after he was, you know, isolated from the 2 players on site with that snake bite from Poseidon. He couldn't help out at first, but actually they just continue to push the issue.
It's been one of those days. It's just like so many feels bad moments for AXG. And now you've got the ability for Jack to take over with the Outlaw. Is able to tag 2. Doesn't get the elimination somehow. A couple of toe tags.
Damage.
But Ferbsa, trigger discipline. Don't let your teammate die. Okay, I was about to say, I understand that we're trying to find a second, but a little vulnerable right there for a moment with Stallion, but the kill comes through, and now it's a 5v4 by total number, but the health pools being as low as they are means that things like fragments can be huge, and it looks like it should be a pretty casual match point to be earned here for YFP. And yeah, that little snap onto Snarly should pretty much confirm it. Poseidon stuck in the corner at A. Nowhere to go from here. Has to fight his way out of a corner, and there's just no chance. Wow, this has been dominant for YFP.
Absolutely has. What are you going to do when he was 20-6 last round? Let's see. Okay, 21-6 there for Tuzi. It's just actually insane the impact that he has had on this matchup. I think the calling from YFP on top of that, it just has been really hard for AXG to deal with. It feels like YFP is constantly kind of one step ahead of AXG when Alliance Guardians are, you know, just finally trying to figure out the answers to their questions of how to find that success.
Could this be the moment for YFP? The weapons are not as terrible as they were prior for Alliance Guardians. Aldrone sees a little, and yeah, Jack's taking chows like that. You got to know YFP's feeling pretty confident in what they're doing right now. So that's a good first blood. Barrel seen on another, and so that means an opportunity to possibly connect. Hunter's Fury behind this, though, is looking pretty opportunistic, and it is. So 4v4 now just like that, and Tuesday's Intel will have the defense at B feeling the pressure. Little pop flash check doesn't come through. Opportunity to convert, but no. Timing again on the execute, not perfect. Darkest will find one from the top side of B tower, and the fragment is perfect. Tuesday gets more. Darkest the last. YFP clean up the series, 13-3 in map 2.
They are looking in full form on the side of YFP. The conversation being, you know, Tuesday was absolutely insane on this map. It was so hard for AXG to deal with him because it felt like in his micro plays, just those adjustments and the repositions alongside his mechanics had him surviving in moments where you wouldn't expect a player to be able to live during some of those fights. And then you layer that with the calling from Darkest, reading really well into AXG, just adjusting on their side a little bit better than Alliance Guardians, who unfortunately we've got to say goodbye to them today.
Yeah, it just kind of felt like the snowball turned into an avalanche too quickly, and not to like make mountains out of molehills, but it's just that early stretch of rounds in a row for YFP in the first half. It just felt like the mental just got a little bit too slogged down for Alliance Guardians. It's just like, we should have had that one at 2v5, 2v4. Like, it just kind of gets stuck on them. And I don't think that by game plan, they were too far off the mark. Obviously, you've got huge number of situations. They just can't close out the rounds. And mistakes are punished in major ways by YFP, who have one more chance trying to make it to the playoffs after, again, a lot of anticipations are surrounding this team. So with some conviction, they're looking pretty solid here in this one, with some momentum now building for potentially a qualification match to come. Before we, of course, say farewell, though, the desk will be back after the backside of the break to break down the day. And, of course, we'll see you guys tomorrow.
One enemy remains standing.
round's gonna be big and bodies. If they need it. Only a scuffle, so hit. Good sound, Renz. Oh, the high-low. There it is. Oh, and even more than that, Zorona. Dimensional drip from Tanza. He's gonna know what you're planning, what you think before you've even executed. The real executioners are sleepers.
Well, folks, a match so quick, you're blinking, you miss it. Welcome for the final time back to VALORANT Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Roy and Emily on the desk. And if you're just joining us, you missed it all. And you missed a 13-3 YFP keeping their Challengers game alive. 2-2-0. Unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to Alliance Guardians 4 now. But Emily, I had a Red Bull. I thought we were gonna go long. I cleared out my calendar, and no, period. That's not what happened.
Yeah, I mean, I thought after first map, you know, second could go either way. We could see something crazy being brought out on the road, having the waylay be waylay, and literally just a full mirror comp, and it was a stop. It was a 13-3. It was one of the fastest matches I've ever watched, to be honest. But I do think Alliance, like, in the early rounds, at least, they had the right ideas. We saw them getting those advantages, but it just slipped right out of their hands, like, every time.
Yeah, there was no lack of opportunities for them, right? They even started off the map quite well. They got the pistol, they got they defended against the force buy from YFP. I thought everything was going to go well. They're going to start with a 3-0, but then that thrifty on the third round was brutal. And then 2v5s in one half. I mean, losing a 5v2 is almost a 0% chance. Like you round up those odds, like you're close to 5% chance, maybe at most. 2 of them in one half is crazy. I don't think I've ever seen that before. That's heartbreaking if you're Alliance Guardians. Like they had so many opportunities to make this a very favorable half. There was definitely no lack of opportunities there, but they just couldn't capitalize. It's tough.
I think I said this to you both in the green room. It just kind of seemed like YFP was just this impenetrable wall, right? Like this formula that you can't solve no matter what AXG did. They just couldn't get anything going. And it's, I mean, we saw the 9-3 half, right, Emily? I was like, oh, maybe like a 9-3 curse, you know, we get something moving, you know, you didn't choose start on your chosen side. Because this was AXG's map pick, right? You know, you don't start on your chosen side and then just nothing on a second half for AXG.
Yeah, I mean, them securing that pistol on the side of YFP on that second half kind of just sealed the deal for me. You know, going from that 9-3, making it 11-3, and then it just doesn't give Alliance enough time to really get back into it, especially after that first half.
I mean, I think the reality is if Alliance Guardians wanted a shot, they had to strike really early in that second map, but they fumbled every advantageous scenario, and that's really all there is to it. And shout out to YFP. I think the way they played the late rounds was so well, it's so cohesive and so intelligent, and the way they were pressuring positions was really on point. Yeah, these things, you know, you should not be winning 2v5s, but their execution on those kind of rounds and their ability to claw back these massive disadvantages and to regain ground and to utilize these positions that they found themselves in to such perfection was beautiful to watch. And honestly, I didn't feel like the first kills were also 11-5. Like, it didn't feel that YFP sided, but I guess it was.
I think Ferbs' clutch, that was like kind of the other shoe dropping for me with the Spectre on B side. I believe that I was like, we highlighted Ferbs for a reason, and that is exactly why. But moving forward, looking at this, Emily, 23-6 on the side of Tuzi, who had a spectacular performance. I mean, with the score, with the round line, that's not too surprising going 23-6, but that is brutal. A brutal performance from Tuzi.
Yeah, I mean, Tuzi was the one who was always in the position where they were last alive, especially because they were kind of lurking. We saw them walk up towards mid, somehow kill 2, and then get a 3rd, and then get a 4th, and then it just kept going. And we even saw Tuzi almost win like a 1v4 in a Viper all. Like, it was insane. Like, this guy could not be stopped.
Yes, and of course, an incredible performance from Tuzi, a 379 ACS. I don't think I've ever had a 379 ACS in my life, Roy. But I mean, moving forward, looking at these replays, Emily, I think we kind of talk about, I think we brought it up in the previous game, kind of the upwards trajectory of these teams that we have in these do or die moments. If you're YFP, what a confidence booster, especially from when someone like Tuzi performing like that on your team.
I mean, it just felt like, yeah, the confidence was literally radiating off of Tuzi, just taking every fight, swinging, and it felt like he already knew he was going to win those fights every single time.
Yes, and of course, congratulations to YFP for keeping their VCL run alive. And speaking of YFP, we have one of the members of the team here for the post-match interview, and is none other than the man we highlighted in the pre-match show. It is Stallion. Hello, sir.
Hello,
congratulations.
Thank you.
I mean, I don't even know where to begin because let's just start with Corrode, right? That's not your map pick. You know, you win your first map pick of Pearl. You're like, okay, you go to Corrode of AXGs, and then it's just you are doing things that are statistical anomalies, literally, right? You are pulling these things off. I kind of said, like, you're just impenetrable wall. Talk to me about Corrode. How was Corrode just like, putty in your hands?
I think it's recently we picked up the map. Like, we've been practicing a lot more. And just kind of trying to get as many maps as we can in our pool. And I think we're very confident. Like, I think you saw a lot of like man down situations or like 2v4, 2v5. We're really confident in those situations. We kind of slow everything down. We take our fights like how we want to take the. And I think it's become like one of our better maps recently. We've been putting in a lot of time into the map for sure.
I mean, you can tell that was absolutely brilliant from you all. I mean, I'm getting the sense about that you had a very confident vibe from your team, but this was an elimination match, right? This was a do or die moment for YFP. I asked this to T-Dog earlier about just his team and how they're feeling. How is your team feeling? Is your team feeling the pressure? Has there been like a serious conversation, or is it just kind of business as usual?
I think our losses have been pretty close. Like the last couple losses, especially, or all of our losses have been really close. So we just there wasn't really any pressure. We knew like these maps we could easily close out. It's just like little things going wrong for us. And so yeah, coming in today, like we knew it was an elimination game, but we still wanted to, play with confidence, business as usual. Keep it going.
I think, YFP are a team that, like, at least speaking on behalf of production, we've always been, like, you guys have the good fundamentals, like kind of what you're talking about, right? It's coming down to these little things. Moving forward, what do you think, will keep the kind of YFP moment in bringing it to playoffs and continuing your VCL run? Like, what is it about YFP that will continue your run in VCL?
I think we just have to keep playing with confidence. I think like a lot of our losses, especially, we kind of, we play really well like the first map, and then we kind of slow down, and that's like important. We've been having more talks about that and trying to like figure out how we can, keep that momentum going into the second maps. So I think going forward, like that's like a pretty big thing for us, is just kind of keeping it as consistent as possible with our performances.
Asking kind of a different question, I think there's like kind of a lot of talk about VCL and like where the teams are standing, where everyone is. Do you think YFP are an underrated team?
I think so. I think we're definitely like, we've shown that we can be, beat some of the better teams in the league and like compete with the better teams in the league. Especially like our scrim results and stuff like that. We've always like are very competitive with that. I do think we are kind of seen as more of like an underdog team, whereas like you have like the SR and stuff like that. But yeah, I do definitely think that we're a team to watch for sure.
Well, watching we are. Congratulations, Stallion. I'm let you go on your way to enjoy your win.
Thank you. Have a good one, guys.
You too. I love a good clean 13-3, easy peasy lemon squeezy, as they say, or as my Nona once said, making sauce out of tomatoes. She never said that. I never met my Nona. But moving forward, we do have a bracket to show you where we are in terms of standings. We did say goodbye to 2 teams today. For now, I feel like we got to put a pin in that, if you will. We said goodbye to Pigeons. 3. Oh, damn. Sorry. That's my favorite tricoat. Oh, but it's, we have qualified today. Congratulations to them. Honestly, no surprises there, Roy, but 3 teams gone today.
Listen, we tried to give everybody the warning. This was the Grim Reaper stream. Okay, every match mattered. It was the do or die across the board. I think the only outcome where it would not have been a do or die, it would have been the SRB if Pigeons had won. But unfortunately, it's not the case. But now ADG and YFP, they're waiting to see who they're going to be playing versus Evictix and NRG. Evictix has actually been on a bit of a tear, guys. They're on the come up, so I'm kind of excited to see. And of course, we're going to get the banger between EG versus M80. That should be a very fun match. I'm excited for that one. The Valorant, the room for error is shrinking, y'all. We're getting to the end times, the end game here. So I'm excited to see how it unfolds.
Emily, my eyes go to EG versus M80 right away because I think, if you watch Tenrek's introduction video, if you guys go back in the VOD, M80 are struggling to find their style, are struggling to find kind of their right moments. And EG are kind of really solidifying themselves and I think kind of finding their identity, I would argue, quicker than M80. So, I mean, moving forward, kind of an example, like these teams, it is, even though there aren't maybe elimination matches, it is do or die, put up or shut up, because you're going to show everything that you have at this point to make it to playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, when you're one step away from that, like you want to do everything that you can. And when I look at these two teams, like, yeah, EG does seem more solidified, but M80 has been climbing every match they have. We can see the improvements. We can see their confidence going up. And I don't think that's going to stop anytime soon. And I think, if anything, they're probably just excited to go up against a team that's had so much success like EG to kind of prove themselves and show that, you know what, we didn't have a hot start, but we are here. We are here to compete. We're here to fight. We are here to secure a spot.
Well, folks, the spots are going to be continued to fill tomorrow, and we will see you then. But on behalf of production, the desk, and the casters, thank you so much for joining us. Have fun, be safe, make good decisions. If you're in the Northeast like me, stay warm. See you tomorrow.
And for ADG, the threat of losing their first pistol is looming pretty menacingly.
Yeah, they're just trying to pull any sort of pick out early on. Eyeball off throat with the slow to come in. He's trying to find that. And
Stop it!
No.
For the 1v3! Oh, chaotic! But the second kind of saw that.
It still does have a turret. Bottom B links there for Tuesday, and that lockdown that we talked about previously, I think that's why we see Tuesday holding on to that Hall's control. Look at this comfortable stack from YFP over towards the A side.
Dashing through for sub what? I mean, in the face of the hot hand, still gets two. So that's another one of those moments that is AXG are not allowed to get the stack that they want, because as soon as YFP recognizes where the threat is, they challenge it, they back off, they come away with a couple, and now the high-low setup works out as first as possible towards the ace.
Yeah, not much Slam can do in this situation, but you kind of have to expect things.
Base doesn't work out. Snarly will get the spray down at mid that you were calling for. Slam follows, and this is more like it if you're AXG in the first 10 seconds. I mean, everything going according to plan. You stop the aggression, you get a pick with the Odin, and YFP have really nothing to work with them last. There's no chance we're not covering that push-up.